Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は175日目です。It's day 175. Bunpro time. We actually have no grammar reviews, largely because it's kind of settling in. So we're gonna do a bit of cramming, wrapping up the month of June, and taking it a little bit easier. Today. The last 3 days were very long days. Finished our coverage of In the Jungle. Alright. Do cram, read. Tomorrow we have the Phantom X anniversary. We have a few reviews tomorrow. I don't know how long the Bunpro session is gonna be tomorrow. Big day. Go read listen to some examples.
ちゃんと用意したはずだったのに、歯ブラシ持ってくるのを忘れた。
Hazudata is bound to be, should have been, expected to be, right? Oh, that's how you do fully repaired. Oh, fully prepared. I was thinking it had something to do with use. Okay.
今サッカーをしているけど、他のスポーツはできる？
So any other, like, you play sports now. You play soccer now. Do you play any other sports?
この音楽が好きだから踊りやすい。
Dancing, easy to do. And then there is kata for the because. That's a good reminder.
私の ISP は IP アドレスが足りていないので、ユーザーは毎朝のようにインターネットに接続ができなくなる。
Every time someone used something. In this case, every morning. Not quite. Oh, connection. Connection. Okay.
"ひどいことをしたから犯人と言われている。
I'm gonna say something like it is said.ひどいこと。
NHK を見るだけで日本語が上手になるはずがない。
It's hardly possible. If you get proficient at Japanese just by watching, and I was gonna think of a different way this would be said. Like watching NHK is a decent way to improve proficiency, but this said the opposite when I was reading this. Oh, okay. Sure. Hardly possible. Supposed to not be. I don't know how I like saying it as hardly possible. I should remind myself of the no in the future. Like in this case, what's not there, I kind of need to remember them. So this is after a verb which doesn't require anything. If it's after an e adjective, it doesn't require any modification. But it does need a na for na adjectives and a no for nouns.
いつも一緒にいてくれてありがとう。
Thanks for doing something, in this case for being.
子供を育てるのは大変と聞いた。それは本当なのか？
To be to be heard. So it's heard that raising kids it's hard to raise kids. Is that true? Or is that really true because of a honto?
服屋はこのビルの2階にございます。
There is using sonkeigo. Or is, right? Or to be.
友達にからかわれたとき、もうやめて。やめて。
Yamero. To command casually. In this case, it's stop. She didn't go in hard.
洗い物をやり直さないとお母さんに怒られるよ。
Okarareru. This is to like do not redo or do not read. In this case, yaru is contextual, so it has to attach to the washing.
彼女は家事を手伝ってくれないし、よく喧嘩するので別れようと思っています。
Like a series of reasons. Yeah, kenka. A series of reasons. Okay.
お父さんは何時頃にお帰りになります？
Sonkeigo. Do Sonkeigo in terms of doing something. Or in this case, will do something. It's non-pass. Oh no. Yeah. Sonkeigo. And this is non-pass. It's conjugated non-past. So it's the grammar point is the o, and then in using ni naru, and then naru can be. I don't think it has to be. Yeah, it doesn't have to be polite. Yeah. Different from like this is like. That's interesting. Like Teinego on top. Sonkeigo.
どんどん暑くなる。
Rapid.
来週までに連絡をいたします。
Itasu Sonkeigo for Duru, I think. Nope. It's Kenjogo. So itasu is then nasaru is the sonkeigo. This. I'm remembering the classifications, so how you would use it. Every time I'm saying sonkeigo or kenjogo or tene, I'm reminding myself that's how I identify what the purpose of them are. So kenjogo is humbling yourself. So I'll humbly contact you by next week. So it is your task that you're lowering the status of your actions in favor of someone else, right? So, but I still haven't gotten straight with nasaru and itasu. I remember all the surus.
私の弟は強がる。
This is the feel, third person, or like referring to someone else. There is another set. This one is complemented by one that's specifically dealing with third person. I actually don't. What is the contrast between these? To describe so it's attached to adjectives to describe the observed feeling or desire of another person, right? Oh, this is the adjective. The other one is the verb form. Using Thai, the Thai form of it, which Thai form for the time being mechanically functions like an adjective. So it converts a verb into an adjective and then functions the same way as garu. So garu attaches to, and technically I would view it as it typically attaches to a adjective, despite tagaru, the note saying that it attaches to the Thai form of a verb. The verb itself in its Thai form functions mechanically like an e-adjective. That's how I remember expressing the feelings and desires of someone else using garu. I don't think I have one. Yeah, I don't think I have one that deals with both related desire but are used differently. Te hoshi is used when you want. Yeah. I think hoshi should strictly refer to the self. Yeah, either the speaker or yourself, right? Which is usually one and the same when you're using it. Okay.
変な話を親に聞かれた。
Edit the potential pass. No, what's overheard. This one is overlapping and it uses ni. Interesting. Does the other one use ni? So we have, I think we have kieru too, and then this is kikaeru. But this is for the passive. Sorry, not potential, passive. I don't. So they gave you the verb to convert it into a passive. Probably that's the exercise. However, so what would be the... Why is this tough? No, this is identifiable. Got it. You know, I have to figure out the conjugation. Oops. the conjugation difference. Right, there's no da in potential, right? It would be kireru. No, kikeru versus kikareta. So it would be kireta versus kikareta. For Godan, it would be the same conjugation for passive and potential for ichidan. So can be a little difficult the other way around. So what I mean is, if you're reading this, I don't think I would be able to discern which one without more. Without more in the sentence. I'll have to pay attention to that. So, because like right here, for instance, iwareta and ieru. Ieru means can say, oh wait, I think I could use, so passive and potential, I could use, we do have a mieru and mirareru. Mieru and mirareru is probably going to act as the prototypic way of distinguishing between passive and potential, because the reason for like its nuanced meaning, like how do you detect it. However, it's still very difficult since miru and mirareru, the one when they're interacting with each other, they're not the ichidan one. So if this was an ichidan, I'd be hard pressed to know what they're referring to. Oh, that still needs some work.
後ろの席からは見えづらい。
This is the feeling hard, like the taking a toll on oneself, and it's attached to a mieru, taking a mieru. And mieru is the potential form. Mirareru would be the passive form. How I distinguish between those, well, actually, I'm not quite sure if it is identified as the passive form or not. The difference between mieru and mirareru would be, mieru is the ability to be seen. So this is being seen. Mirareru is the ability of the person speaking, or a person being able to see the thing. And then tough, as in a toll, tough.
「運転をしている間に目の前で事故が起こった」
Just in the middle of doing. This one can be a little tough because there is also while. So this is one of the whiles, right? ている間に. But there's more than one while. And so far, there's quite a few differences. So like there's nagara. Both terms involve simultaneously, right? The iru aida ni is saying happens during an ongoing action. So this is my natural default. Aida ni, right? Te, using the progressive, and aida ni. This is my default about saying things are ongoing at the same time. However, nagara, the ending is new to me. And it shows that one subject is doing things, two things at once. So simultaneously doing two things at once. Now that might sound the same, technically, in English, sort of, because the English explanation would suggest that they're the same. But it's two things. You're telling someone two things are being done by something at once, versus saying there are two things going on at the same time. So like one's going on during another. That is saying there are two things going on, not one person doing two things. So that's kind of how I'm distinguishing between this. Although I'm having trouble with the novelty of Nagara, because Nagara is a separate thing. It is a conjunction particle. So that's one of the new things. I usually don't use, I don't usually do this or use this. I usually use aidani with present progressive. And then toki is fine. Toki is expressing an exact time, so an instance in which something is happening. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, so they both kind of still express that something is going on. That's how they're related. However, obviously the differentiating factor is you're often saying something that's happening, occurring, something else. And Toki, you can technically, I'm kind of curious, if you said, I don't think there's any way to, oh, you can kind of maybe like use present progressive, use a present progressive with a conjunction and another present progressive and say time. That is wildly like weird and unnatural, so to speak. Like it's saying a lot more than simply saying two things happening at the same time. So maybe you can express it in that way, where you're saying I'm doing this and I'm doing this, toki, as in the time I'm doing this and I'm doing this time, versus I'm doing this during this. So possibly. And then this is the other one. So aida ni and tokoro are the two that I'm juggling right now. They differ in focus. So one's in the middle of something, right? So that's the okay, so they're both in the middle of something. Tokoro would suggest there's a sense of being occupied, while the other one is simply highlighting that there's one action in another action. So I tend to juggle this because anytime a sentence comes up, I'm like, well, you could say either. You could suggest that you're being occupied and maybe there's some context clues in the sentence examples. I'm not entirely sure, but I do have to keep this in mind. And then obviously teiru simply means that you're currently doing the action, so you're technically in the middle of an action, only it's not in respect to anything else. I was thinking you could possibly combine these two, which you use a progressive with a conjunction and another progressive, and say it's the time in which you are doing those two progressive actions. That would be a really roundabout way of using an aidani or something like that. Anyways, I'm sorting pretty much all of these things out as we're going, slowly and surely.
山が砂みたいに崩れた。
So, we need to talk about the functionality of this one. Mitai is to seem like, and it's followed by ni because there's a verb that comes after. It would be a na if it's something else. So like san. And this is a comparative. It's using comparisons. Na would be the noun. I think adjective is just ni. Yeah. Adjectives are ni. So this is mitai functioning as a comparison, which then can be contrast. Now this can be grouped with yoni and soni and rashi. So that's our master group. So that's mitai is at the end. So without a conjunction, like a conjunction particle or a particle to form comparison, it can be used on its own. So yoni and yona, right? So yoni and yona, mitai is more like the casual form, and then yoni is a bit more formal. That's the distinction between those two. And you need a no for the noun, yeah. Okay, just for the noun version. Then yoni and yona, this is how this functions. I think it still accounts for the okay, so it's after a verb. So here's the tough part as well, where if yo comes after a verb, it's okay. If it comes after a noun, you need a no. You need, I guess we would call that the anomalizer. Before these conjunction, when it's describing it doesn't really say what the no is functioning as. So that's the tough part. So I need to remember that after a noun there's a no requirement, and then after a verb there isn't. Largely the yo part is pretty good. And then we have soni and sona, right? Which also in this case we're talking about so deals with observational cues. Yo and mitai are politeness contrast, like a varying in politeness. So deals with observational signs as opposed to, actually I don't know. Mitai is kind of observational too, though. It compares something to another thing, but mitai has an element of observational. And then between yo and so is probability or certainty. Yo is more certain than so. And then rashi, so I don't like this thing here where it's like it's based on observational signs, because maybe it's more than sight, for example. However, rashi and mitai both have observational signs or sense of sight in a way. However, rashi is based on hearsay and inference, besides mitai being observational, right? The rashi thing is a little tricky too, the two uses of rashi. And it's actually a bit difficult to know rashi versus mitai when they're at the end of phrases. This is one of the supergroups in N4. And soul doesn't need anything. Soul does attach to stem though, so that is the difference between soul. Soul is different because yo takes the whole verb, soul takes the stem, and it also removes the e from the e adjective, and it does not require anything for adjective or verb. So that means it doesn't require a no in certain places, I think. But soul doesn't have a noun example here. So I don't know if soul can be attached to a noun. Hold. Maybe that is a separator. That would explain why anytime I think of soul, it's actually mitai. Because mitai can attach to a noun. Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind too. Alright.
You
could like that. And this is the seems like, but in front of the, usually in front of the noun. So this would be the equivalence of like the osoado thing, talking about resemblance again, but in front of the noun. Which I'm not quite sure. How this contrasts with. So, you have sona, kona in them, right? This is dealing with formality, right? This is the. I know this less because this is less formal. I'm used to using sona, kona, and anna, and so on. I don't know how this compares with. It does tell you like the position of something. However, like the expression of seems, like if you're gonna say something using mitai, for example, like it's that I like erasers like that, right? Versus I like erasers like that one over there. I guess the functionality would be that you can point out an object. So it's about the position of an object that you seem to like, versus the other one that telling you what it seems like in the form of a comparison. So that another way to say something like something, but with a different purpose. So in this case, I usually view this as, hey, that's how, if you want to point out an object that it seems like, you place it in front of the noun and change the location, or alter the location, or even ask a question. Because do
CD を持ってくるのを忘れたから車で音楽が聴けません。
I don't know. Just don't. Cannot. I don't know what this. Oh, kike. Oh, kike. Yeah. This is the polite form of the potential form. I bet. I'm like cannot. Yeah, potential. I totally forgot what the grammar point was.
寂しそうにしているからハグしてあげましょう。
Do for someone. So in this case, we shall do it for something. So in this case, give. And then it would be for them. This one is a bit tough because I need to remember the ageru, kureru. Kureru, as far as I'm concerned right now, kureru, if it has something to do with the self, kureru. If it has something to do with like us, other people outside of your group, etc., ageru, right? And then there's morau, that throws a wrench in everything. So this is the te ageru. And then we should have kureru, right? In contrast, te kureru is used for someone else does something for you, right? Or close to you. And then we have morau. And morau focuses on the receiver having something done for them. So my inclination is to say ageru is when someone is doing something for others. That includes you or another group or something like that. Kureru is when someone is doing something for you. And then morau is when you, the person, whoever that person is having something done for them. So ageru has an inclusive nature, while morau is talking kind of like third person more so, and then kureru is about yourself. Like that's kind of the usual usage, although there is a little bit of overlap in a situation where I wouldn't necessarily know if it's kureru or morau. There are a few situations. But this one is this is a self-contained group. And there is an N5 cluster for this. Oh no, like there's ageru would be the N5, which I'm pretty sure, yeah, so the N5 cluster is ageru, kureru, and morau. However, without the imperative. Or none, yeah, without the imperative. And then kureru and morau's relationship is accepting, giving and receiving. However, these te kureru and te morau is a little bit different when in the imperative. Wasn't really held consistent. Interesting notice.
夜中まで日本語の文法を勉強している。
So until something, right, to the extent.
本当は私がしなくてはならない。だがね、君にしてほしい。
This is basically however, but this is a little bit more more casual than desuga.
明日は運動をした方がいいかな。
Wonder.
この景色は少しも綺麗ではない。
Like hardly not, yeah, hardly not at all. Trying to trying to think of how this works, right? So like to me, I have to, this is like small, not like not at all, like not small. So not in the least, never, not even little, so like this is small but negative, like also small, not, so not small. It doesn't really help that much how to get the English, none the least, never. So how I think about it is like not also small. So it is not and also small. So not at all. As in it's still small. It's still hardly is what I'm saying. It's hardly pretty. So it's not pretty at all.
今日の宿題は簡単そうだ。
Like a resemblance seems, and this is using solda. Looks easy. And for solda, it's usually contrasted with yoda and mitai. And same relationship, in this case, soul is following a nonative, so it doesn't require anything. If it follows it doesn't follow a noun, so there's no example of following a noun. Does it? No. Yeah, so no example following a noun. Interesting. So I guess you would use yo. And its contrast with yolda, which is talking about how certain things are, is the contrast. Right. We haven't negated yet any of these. I imagine it follows the negation. Combines the negation rules with this the da. So you replace the da, and then you would probably use mo, because it is also like mo sometimes is attached to negative versions of things. And then this would become we're specifically looking at the yolda and yona, or is it just yona? I don't know if yona and I don't think I've ever seen. Oh, so Yona and Yoni expresses direct comparison, right? And then soul is based on speaker observation. That's fine. I was looking for something. Okay, yo, I don't know anymore if I've seen yo at the end. I could have sworn there was a, hold up. Okay, here we go. I don't understand why this is not with Solda. Like, it's not saying it's related to Solda. Yeah, like this. Oh, because it's not the same entry yet? It's an N3. Then what is this entry? Oh, they only compare with the interesting. Okay, so do not confuse this with Solda. Okay. So we haven't even gotten to it yet. This is just the soul being used as soul. I guess we'll have that cleared up eventually in N3. Fair enough. And I see why they are attaching it to this. It's this is acting as a copula.
あの人はいつも朝ごはんを食べ終わるまでに1時間もかかる。
To finish doing something. In this case, eating.
あの人はいつも朝ごはんを食べ終わるまでに1時間もかかる。あの人は約束を破るだけでなく、嘘もつく。
Just, or not only. Oh no, this is not only, but also with the mo. Just has dake in it, but I didn't read the rest. So dake de, this is like have done this, but not only. So dake de is the phrase of have just done something, and then it's combined with naku and something else that's also happening, like. So they also do this. They also usomotsuku, right? They also lied, combined with, I guess you could say, naku is like a conjunctive contrast here, possibly. Like the way naku is functioning. It's a reason, like, so but, right? A but, reason, contrastive. So contrastive, reason, attached to just. So if someone just did something, but they contrastively also did something else. So not only, but they also, is how I'm trying to remember it. The particle mo is not highlighted here, but the mo does help. And the non-adjective needs a na. Because dake's rule is that non-adjectives need a na. Does this get linked up with dake? Yeah. So dake is only or just, right? And then there should be a related or not. Oh, I was really expecting it to be related. Maybe it's under dake. Yeah, dakete. Interesting. Dakete is not listed as a related thing underneath that one. So dake confirms the only or just. Dakete is the combination of dake and the de, right? Confirming the idea by which something is done. So it's just by doing it. That's where the dakete in dakete naku, at least I think, dakete naku, and then the mo is an even extra tail. But it doesn't really need the mo. You can imply that something else is also being done by ending with dakede naku, probably. Like, just say that, and then someone understands that there is something else that was done. And if in context, I'm trying to like remember, obviously I can read all the grammar points again, but I think you can leave it hanging. So you can say dakete naku, and then if the context supports itself, you will pretty much guess what the other thing is happening, or by context you're inferring, you can use your imagination for what the other thing is that's also happening. Doesn't necessarily need a mo, but they said it's often, it often clarifies. Like you often, like what they said here, like it's often used together with a second noun to clarify what the other thing is. Do they have an example? Let's see. Do they have an example where they don't use that? Okay. Not here, and maybe it's unnatural. The reason why I set that example is I'm trying to get into the spirit of when it doesn't. There are lots of phrases where it would be very stiff, at least in my opinion. It would be very stiff to specify something if the context is so obvious. So there are a couple phrases. I don't remember what they are on recall because I'm still practicing them. Like something like I wonder, like something that implies you're wondering something. But if you're wondering something that is contextually obvious, then you wouldn't specify you wonder what that thing is because it's obvious that's what you're wondering, or in that nature. So there are phrases where you don't have to specify something if it's pedantic. And I can kind of see why they would focus on that and want to like save breath, right? Be concise and cut corners. It's interesting. It's usually in casual form though, like it's for casual speaking, where when you're heavily trying not to be pedantic. For myself, especially in English, like my mannerism is that if I'm speaking to a stranger, I try to be as clear as possible, as in like you go the extra yards of speaking extra to be clear. So whenever I think of shortened expressions, those are the ones I have to keep in mind because I don't really often rely on shortened expressions. Like being short with someone is something that I would have to be very comfortable with. I'm not often comfortable with saying something like, "Oh yeah, that's cool." ... Like that's if you're really friendly with someone or you're very close with someone, and even then it requires a level of empathy or cultural homogeneity. And well, I don't live in Japan, right? However, in Japan, casually and natively and very colloquially, you'll probably do that because the inference is that everyone's on the same page, even for subject matter that in English colloquially would not be the same. Like at least English in terms of the United States. The United States, when someone does that, it will be confusing, or it would be ambiguous, and it would come off as you being intentionally ambiguous, not that you're trying to be concise and inferring when you're like talking to someone you're not familiar with, obviously. So when you cut off things and say, "Oh yeah, it's inferred, it's contextual," that's what NetSpeak does. In English, NetSpeak does that a lot in English. And oftentimes I would have to adjust because in order to connect with someone, I have to understand where they're coming from. And that leads to a 3 or 4 hour discussion about how NetSpeak reduced English explicitness. And it's ironically, maybe coincidentally, or there might be something there, right? That English is becoming very much like Japanese. Like, sometimes Japanese might be meeting English, like the English cultural use, and then English is meeting Japanese because of its popularity, right? The idea is the languages are going to interact with each other. Japanese is on the uptrend, and a lot of the behaviorisms and the culture of Japan can infuse English with that. So now English, if you sit here, more than 50% of English is context-based. I mean, sometimes it's not even English, it's just emojis and GIFs, like that type of thing, right? Just images and stuff. English has become daijoubu. Right? Daijoubu kana? Like that's what English has become too on like net on the net now. Now I'm not sure if that is a correlation. Like what I mean is a strong correlation that can infer some sort of counter. It may be a coincidence, and it's hard to know if it's chicken or the egg. Like, is it because there are so many people who are interested in Japanese culture and they behave like they assimilated or associated a lot of Japanese mannerisms, and then English is their primary language, so they would start to do that, or the other way around, or it's a coincidence that something about the homogeneity, right? Homogeneity of subcultures create the Japanese coincidence. So here's an example. People speak less, they talk and clarify less if everyone has the same ideas. So online, you can view all the subcultures, like the waifu community. I know that's a really large community because waifu belongs to other sub-communities. Like, are you a sci-fi waifu or a slice of life high school waifu? Like, that type of stuff. The more homogeneous, like the more homogeneous it is, the less English you have to use. Because when you say, "Oh yeah, that's cool," depending on which circle of people you're in, like if you're in the Souls-like community and you say, "Oh yeah, that's cool," you know what cool means, or you are assuming you know what cool means because contextually you're in a Souls-like community. So on the internet, it's kind of like having many Japanese islands. Like You go into your specific community, like your, I don't know, your Weathering Wave community. That is a Japanese island situation. It's an island, not necessarily Japan. I'm drawing an analogy to Japan. It's an island situation. So the language could be a coincidence. Even though, despite English being a descriptor language with no context, right? Like not strong context dependency, English is a default language on the line, so it has assumed a lot of the context now, and it is becoming quite difficult between communities. And in my opinion, in Japan, like when Japanese start interacting with other languages, it will probably also experience these problems, which exist now in a smaller group, because language learning is still a smaller group than monolingualism in strong communities. So I don't know if Japanese is going to adapt to that, because contextually I'm trying to remember all these things which do operate in Japan. All of these things, in my opinion, do operate in English, not in any specific country that primarily speak English. The internet, any particular subculture, use English this way. That's the one parallelism that is like, it slaps me in the face, figuratively speaking, every time I'm studying Japanese, because the ones that tend to study Japanese, right, the groups that tend to study Japanese, they are habitually and chronically in a subculture online. So if you know that subculture, you can speak to them using English very similarly to Japanese. So when someone says, oh yeah, who's your favorite waifu? Like, if you're outside of that community, you have no idea what they're asking. Like, do I have a wife? Like, isn't a wife always your favorite? See what I mean? Like, despite them saying waifu, the person outside of the community is going to be like, first of all, can you have more than one wife? That's what happened to English. So like, English still behaves like Japanese if you're stuck in a subgroup. And that's a really fun like case study. Tomorrow is the Phantom X anniversary day, and a really interesting quote-unquote waifu character is coming out, the Hatsune Miku, and not a real character, right? A virtual character, a fictional character, and it's a Vocaloid. So when English is being used in the circle of Hatsune Miku, when you're outside of the circle, there are more people outside of the Miku circle in this world than inside the circle. However, when you're inside the circle, it feels like there are more people that like Miku than don't like Miku or don't know anything about Miku. So when people talk about English, right, it's like, oh yeah, that person looks really pretty, kind of like a Miku character. And you know, you stand outside, it's like, who the heck is Miku? And why are you using Miku like a adjective? That's English. So Japanese is a really interesting case study right now if you're learning Japanese, and you can run parallelisms with the communities that like learning Japanese or want to learn Japanese. Their English actually starts to grow closer to Japanese. And I don't know if it's a cause and effect. Like, we're not really strongly suggesting cause and effect. We're talking about more like whether they are coincidences or a product of human condition. Basically, like, human condition, to simplify conversation in any language, is to infer that there are social cultural norms being accepted. And in communication, quote unquote, breaks down with outside culture. So the moment you encounter, like, say, a Miku fan, English will have a breakdown between the two. Like it would be it would necessitate an understanding, bridging English between the two people. Otherwise, there will be a large misunderstanding. And this is I'm talking about this a lot longer at length, is because this is where communication comes in. Whenever I talk about communication skills or the lack of communication skills, it's not because the person can't persist happily within their subculture. It's whenever they leave their subculture and interact with a different community, or have to interact with a different community, is when communication skills are deficient. Like when you're trying to make a new friend, not a new friend in your subculture. So like when you're trying to branch out into a new skill, like, hey, how do I transition from high school to college? That requires a specific different type of English, which Japanese have, right? Zonkeigo, Enjogo, the politeness, that Japanese have that. Now, English does have that too. Not in the way of the system, but in the form of diction. And that's usually where I talk about most, because most people, when they talk about they can't make friends, they can't communicate, why is it that they're struggling so much with expression? Usually they're English speaking people, and they have assimilated a type of English that only communicates within a group that they've already established like connection with. So whenever they say like, why do I need to learn how to professionally write? Why do I need to learn like a descriptor language and understand the English grammar in order to explicitly leverage the descriptor language to express and alleviate communication misunderstanding, right, between communities? Well, you don't have to if everything in your community is sufficient for whatever you need to do. You do when you need it. And that's usually when a student or a young person finally ends up having to obligatorily do something else, like go to college or go to work or interact with. Basically, the probability is very, very high that they will have to develop their communication skills at some point. I highlight this because this wasn't very extreme back then. At least, relatively speaking, it was less extreme. Now it's incredibly extreme because of chronic internet use. You can be in a subgroup that is entirely ignorant, completely blissfully, right? There's a good side to this, blissfully ignorant to any outside content. Like not literal, figurative outside content. You can spend your entire internet, all of your, like 90% of your free time on the internet without any knowledge of communication outside of your existing communication. And that's all within the subtext of English. Now, I don't know if Japan is big enough to do all these things. I imagine it does exist, right? Like a Japanese internet group, right? I know that I can strongly confirm that there's a Chinese version, like a Chinese net in which they themselves will form subcultures, and they themselves might actually have miscommunication with each other using Chinese, i.e. like a real, very real world example that doesn't have to do with the internet in very old countries is dialects. Chinese dialects is a microcosm of the internet English right now. Despite using the same language in English, there's consistent miscommunication between subcultures within a larger English-speaking culture. So if the internet is the defaulting English-speaking, like the Americanized internet, all the subcultures represent the dialects of English. And it is enough to make miscommunications that it can be incomprehensible despite using the same words. Like when someone says, oh yeah, that slaps, someone else outside of that culture is like, what do you mean that slaps? Who's getting slapped? Right? Despite having the same word, like literally having the same word, and a converging like semantic, it would still create misunderstandings. So not so much the dialect in the sense of Chinese dialect, where the written stuff can still be the same. I talk about Fujianese quite a lot, and Fujianese, Mandarin, and Cantonese. Despite sharing the script, right, they can start to develop different sounds, and that different tonality is an expression of like saying an English word differently, right? You might be thinking, no, English doesn't function like that. It used to exclusively not function like that. Now it does. Like prosodic stress is compensating for the lack of a mechanical English. Now, English has started developing into other things now, where you would add like endings, and it's adopting other like conventions within communities. So within communities, certain English patterns come about that are not used in that way outside of that community. We were joking, me and Mark was joking about like adding maxing to the end of most things. Like imagine going out to your local bar who like are filled with people who like sports, and you're like, oh man, that is like the awesome maxing. And then those people would be like, I don't understand. I understand the word maxing, possibly, and I understand the word awesome, but I don't understand what it means when you're putting them together, like not precisely, right? So this stuff is very interesting. I don't necessarily think in the future, very soon in the future, this would be very difficult to understand. And again, chicken or the egg, because is it because the subcultures that like to learn Japanese, like want to learn Japanese and know the Japanese culture, their English has become that way because of that? Or the other way around, where they're learning Japanese and they're learning to appreciate what Japanese does, and it funnels into English. So either way, it's a to and fro. And for me, saying this right now, like I'm explaining all of these feelings or all of these nuances in English, that's part of the process, right? Being able to explain in English and then reverse being able to explain in Japanese about the English, that creates that interaction that's happening, at least in my opinion, in those communities. How do I know some of this? When you talk to people in like otaku circles, their English is very predictably inferential. Meanwhile, when you step outside, like for example, I'll do a very simple one. If someone really likes anime, right, and they select themselves into like the OS community, the way they say it's all right, it's daijoubu da. When you're outside of that community, like for example at a company, and you tell someone it's all right, it might not mean anything near what like the otaku circle means. And that's coincidence right now. That's coincidence with the idea that they spend a lot of time being exposed to the depiction of Japanese culture. When you say it's all right, well, lots of things are all right, and they're contextually inferred that's all right. So when you go out and you tell someone it's all right, none the wiser. You could be saying something really different from what the person who's listening to you is. Like, if you go up to a police officer and say, it's all right, like, that's not what you do in English. The police officer. Like, hey, can you account for what happened yesterday? It's like, well, I was vibing and just chilling. It was all right. Like, that's not how you would use English. Like, what do you mean vibing, chilling, and it was all right? None of that explains anything, right? And that is kind of my interaction with English right now, especially the Japanese language learning community. That's my regular interaction, and I'm not assimilated into those culture. I dabble. So I'm learning sort of speak English all over again because, like, I can't tell you, it's crazy even outside of English speaking like countries, like English speaking country, like Americans or something like that, on the internet versus other communities online, and they all sound like bros. Like bro this, bro that, bro something, and I don't know if it's a filler word. I'm not entirely sure if I'm vocalizing it correctly. I don't know if it's being used as an interrogative. I have no idea if it's, like, at this point is explicitly expressing a feeling in typographical form. Like when someone says bro, I need to understand the context of what follows or before it in order to understand what they mean when they keep saying bro. Like, are they trying to get my attention? Like, bro, check this out, right? Versus bro, not good. Those are two different functions of bro. Bro, not good is expressing a nuance of feeling. Bro, check this out is an interjection trying to capture my attention, right? For me, I don't use bro, period. Like, I would use, like, for communication, I would use bro as an exemplary quotation. So I would quote someone using the word bro. For myself, this is what I'm doing right now. I'm using it as an example. I don't use bro as any other subject matter or part of speech. Like, I don't say bro to get someone's attention. I don't say bro to express feelings. I don't say bro as a conjunction. I don't say bro for desne, like isn't it, right? I don't, as in bro, as in confirmation, right? So all of that is happening right now, and it happens even when someone is arguably highly educated. Like, we're not saying highly educated people don't understand or can't understand how to use the vernacular. The idea is that English is giving away, like, since English is very descriptive, it's giving away which communities you're part of or likely to be part of if you analyze NetSpeak. And that's where that guy, the etymology nerd, does, like, build his content on, which I really like because by coincidence that's my interest too. Not necessarily talking about how it's becoming this way, but using it as a way to identify people or, like, communicate with people. That's my goal. Like, I'm making note of this, just like how I'm studying Japanese grammar. I'm studying Japanese grammar out of the interest of understanding written pattern communication, right? When that is in your toolbox, you can facilitate communication and be the one that is responsible or far more weighted, having the control of being able to read someone, talk to someone, and subtextually understand them without them having to reach out to meet you. Because in my opinion, it's not a two-way street here. Someone who is more likely in many communities are more likely going to engage in cross-communal communication versus, or a communication specialist or someone who's focused on communication would be responsible for mediating more cross-community communication than someone who's coming and staying in one community. So despite being incredibly intellectual, they could be intellectually bound linguistically and communication-wise within a single group. And that deals with debate. There was, like, debating It was this conversation about having arguments and debates, negotiation and discussion. That those skills come from cross-cultural, cross-communal, and cross-perspective. Like it comes from interdisciplinary engagement in subject matter. If you're within a subject matter and you're constantly and constitutively comforted in being in one, then your language becomes an island, aka Japanese, as an analogous point. Japan is a great case study because it has enough eyes on it from the outside, while at the same time have a long history of isolated language, like natural language development. So it creates these things that are really interesting, that are, you can run parallelisms with illustrating English communication. So lately, in the last year, I've used a lot of these observations about Japanese language, and I adapted them to the explanation of the English language for younger people who want to write different English. Like, how do you express the subjunctive mood and not sound like you're directly indicating and, forward speaking against someone else? I could use a kind of a Japanese-esque example because they can understand that by context, like inferring like analogies and whatnot to the stuff they're used to. So nowadays I have like become so much more rigorously more interested in using analogies through cultural understanding, so subcultural understanding. So how do you explain the context of formality and politeness or professional writing when you're talking to someone who's in a closed community of informal colloquial English? You use the examples that they know in order to translate an example of the use case for that. Like, for example, professional writing. If someone is someone who spends, I don't know, most of their free time in a fan fiction group about their favorite anime character, well, when that fan fiction person says like, oh, I'm practicing fan fiction and it will help me become a professional writer, how are you going to bridge that? Because fan fiction stuck in a collective circle with a specific topic will not make that person likely, will become the interference of becoming a professional writer, because that's a different audience now. Like, the audience is not specifically just that. Professional writing is not the same. Like, there are overlaps between them, but it's not entirely inclusive. It very much like Japanese, where someone says, oh, I'm always going to be friends with other Japanese people, so I never have to learn Sonkeigo and Kenjogo. I just want to learn what I want to use, which happens so often. Like, oh, this is rare because I'm never going to be in that situation. Like, well, it's rare now. You don't know if it's going to be rare later, but if you choose not to learn or associate it now, then you'll learn it later, if and when you need it. That is a cultural homogeneity. The idea that most of your actions are efficient by ruling out any possibility of needing to learn any other mechanics of communication. So then you get to the point where a high school student comes around and they're about to graduate and they're like, I have no idea how to write a professional statement about a professional mission statement about my future. Like, yeah, I'm not surprised, because you spent most of your time talking to people who are either very very settled on where they are in life, and they only talk and use language that involves what they currently do. So whenever someone comes out of their comfort zone and like by chance interact with me, there is such a large gap between the utility of this person's English versus my utility. That is also given to the context of age, right? Like I have a lot of experiences, a lot of different experiences. This person does not, because of internet homogeneity. The whole algorithmic targeting causes someone to be, and when they interact with me over time, it becomes fairly obvious that half the, like 30, more than half the time, the person hears and sees the words I use, but they fail to comprehend how those words are being used in a way they haven't used it before. So, like, I could use all of their vocabulary, and yet I can arrange it in the subjunctive. They cannot, or will not, or don't see the point in why they would, right? So that is one of the big gaps, at least in my opinion. If I would like to say learning another language helps circumvent and reevaluate their communication style. It doesn't happen. It rarely happens either. So when someone's learning Japanese, it does not encourage them to ask themselves, wait, how would I do this in English? Because I'm fairly confident, at least from my anecdotal experience, that the vast majority of people who learn English online, like they use English online, will then go to learn a target language like Japanese, and they will filter out the language based on their use case analogous to their existing language use. Not what I typically hope. They would explore the target language and then reflect upon their existing language to expand both. Like if their English, like I'm saying this as a comparative, it is more common for me to observe someone who, if their English is limited or their native language is limited in communication application, when they go to learn their target language, it stays limited. Analogous to that. It is not the other way around, where most people are intellectually inquisitive, which is before the internet, where you don't get targeted by your interests. You get exposed to most things, as in things you are not interested in, things you may have to learn. So what happens is when someone goes to learn a target language, like for myself, before the internet, right, before targeted media, when I learn a language, I want to learn as much as I can about the language in order to reflect upon my existing use of my primary language, because all of those things are required for communication. So it's bigger. You're trying to enrich your existing body of knowledge with an incoming body of knowledge. That is, in my opinion, since I spend most of my free time now online, that is a thing of the past. It is so habitual that the first thing I would do, in my opinion, when someone asks me, how do I get better at learning? First, learn how to be inquisitive. Like, develop the habit for inquisition, right? Like, being interested in the unknown, being interested in uncertainty, learn to problem solve, critically think. Those come first. Otherwise, in my opinion, the path already sets for limited use. Like, you're going to learn Japanese or learn whatever target language you have in a limited sphere, and it will lead to chronic frustration because they're going to end up integrating into another community that is filled with miscommunication. Now, you might be saying, well, people learn that way, right? Like, there are cherry-picked examples of people who would grunt through and learn that way for the first time. It's like, I agree.
And those people, by the way, become less and less integrated with the social communities online that they originally was part of. Like if you move to Japan, you're going to be less integrated with whatever it is that you have going on now. Like you're going to be interacting with a larger host of stimuli that would challenge you and obligate you to be inquisitive. So right now, the way people study grammar is a dead giveaway for me. Like it's one of the biggest dead giveaways when someone says, oh yeah, you know, this is not interesting. It's not like I'm going to use this. It's like you don't know that. You have no idea if you know that or not. And then but you know, my Japanese friends now, or me now using English, I want to express this, but I don't need to express this, so I can just forget this. It's not interesting, right? That is the main consequence of being in an echo chamber. When you're in an echo chamber, it gives you any excuse on a human condition, on a learning level, that things that are optional are things you can't imagine yourself using or being useful. So when people go to learn, that's my pet peeve right now. That's what triggers my pet peeve. Whenever someone asks me for advice or suggests some observations about them, I would point out, like, it seems like you're constantly spinning the same techniques and same methodologies, and you keep double downing on your own narrative. And then they're like, okay, so what would you suggest? And I would suggest something that is maybe even remotely different, taking into consideration that they have a bias towards their in-group. And the next thing you hear is like, oh, I heard, you know, I decided based on my own experience, this is what I'm going to do. And there was no acknowledgement or communication that that person had any consideration of something outside of what they're already currently doing. So what do you think the odds are of them going to be successful at acquiring a target language at a level that requires them to be outside of their current in-group? Probably next to 0. 5%, maybe, unless they suddenly uproot their life and obligate themselves to be either sink or swim, right? Which is goes back to that whole, what is the hack to learn a target language? Uproot your entire life and toss them into an obligatory environment, like move to Japan. And that to me is not a symptom of someone using the wrong method to learn something. It's a symptom of the environment of learning that someone has spent most of their life. At least, and I'm talking about, I literally do mean most of their life, because the younger you are, the bigger proportion of the online experience will take up your life. The internet still, despite I say I use most of my free time online, the internet still only occupies less than 40% of my life. I said most of my free time, but I do a lot of things that aren't my free time. You know, sleeping, exercising, eating, handling like other things outside of the internet. Now, when you're younger, the internet will be larger and larger proportion of your life because you haven't lived that long, right? Despite I'm using percentages, because percentages also implies that younger people have less responsibility, right? And that's good. That's kind of, it's a euphemism, because I do not want to impart. Young people need to explore. That's not happening. Not online. Not yet, anyway. I don't think there's accountability for people who profit off of collecting people, making them predictable, and collectively making them easier to satisfy for the sake of making money. Is maybe it's a moral gray area. Like, are people, like, are businesses responsible for this? Probably not. Largely due to the nature that most of this stuff is still voluntary. Anyways, that's one of my thoughts lately about yesterday's conversation about like the cross section between philosophy and technology. I'm largely viewing this from a learning and like critical thinking perspective. it's kind of very telling when there's someone who can speak and talk about very high level concepts while linguistically bound by their like language, their ability to communicate. So like someone who knows a lot about a subject, but they are unable, or they feel they are incapable, or even demonstrated that they're unable to hold a debate or a discussion or an argument in a language that they believe they are proficient in. That's kind of one of the telltale signs, where when you ask someone, hey, can you explain this to me? Like, well, you do this and this and this. And I'm like, what's this? This is being used as a demonstrative and a pronoun. It doesn't tell me what this is. Like, well, it's that thing. And I'm like, I don't know what that thing is. What are you referring to? And the thing that most people know. And I'm like, who's most people? Like, are you talking about people who like the same thing you do? And I don't know what that thing is, by the way. That's why I'm using the word thing. Thing is ka. It's nani ka, right? It's what is it? It's a no. Like, there's no details involved in it. It's contextually based. So, or like, hey, this is like really, really awesome. I don't know what really, really awesome means to you. Is that like a 9, a 1, a 6? I have no idea what the point of reference is anymore. So then when someone goes to write a professional statement, they would say, oh yeah, my life is really sad. My life is difficult, but I do good and I do better when I make mistakes. And then those mistakes become good. Like, that is the type of expression that I hear. I wish I was exaggerating, but I legitimately read proses like that where, like, can you describe the bad? Can you describe how something negative, a mistake, becomes something positive, the word good? Right? Like, you have to explain these things. It's your entire prose is context-based with no explicit descriptors in English. That means it would be unintelligible. Literally, in my opinion, in the sense of the word, unintelligible. Like 90% of the meaning has no meaning in English. Maybe in Japanese, you could argue if they said certain nuanced things. I would think it's a bit of a stretch too if Japanese said, like, これはこれは寒い、これは悪い, right? 人, like, you're just describing things. It sounds like or you're attempting to say something, but there's not enough details. There's no context for the understanding. Yet, the person who's writing the prose think they're describing something, right? They're telling me something. That's not true. And it also, by the way, it is reflected in how people interact with me online, like live stream. Someone would say, oh, I'm like, I don't. Explain. Or, dang, bro, that's bad. Explain. What do you mean that's bad? How is it bad? And for myself, I tend to try to encourage that. I would follow up with a question like, oh, I've been, someone would say like, oh, it's been kind of bad lately. Oh, how so? Can you describe, like, what is it that makes has been bad, and what are you doing to improve it? Or are you still in the process of, I'm basically asking present progressive, past perfect, right? Past perfect, imperative, and indicative. I'm asking them to at least indirectly use any of these parts of speeches to describe a context, which are examples, in order to contextualize whether it is ongoing, it has been happening, it's still happening, right? Like there's a difference between ongoing and still happening. It's happening right now, or it's in the past, or it has happened and no longer persists to exist, right? Japanese grammar. So then I'm going to take this full circle back to this. When someone can't even think about that in English, in their native language, they have no compulsion or habit of being interested in expressing that type of thing in their own language. What are the odds, and I'm talking about odds here, what are the odds that when they go to learn a target language that has an emphasis or require you to know these things, what are the chances that they're going to retain that information or even use or assimilate that information? The odds are very low. It's not impossible, but you can still cherry pick like the 10% of people who learn, like they're learning Japanese, transform their English and transform their outlook on how communication is essential for like learning the nuances and the details in communication is essential. Yes, that's cherry picking though. I would say less than 10% of people who don't care suddenly learn to care about like these things. I'm not saying they won't learn Japanese. They will definitely learn some Japanese. They will learn the Japanese that their limited scope of their use of their English will depict. And that's where I get the impression most of the time. Like someone say, oh yeah, Japanese people don't say that anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean Japanese people don't say that? Like, why does this exist? Like, rare. It's rarely used in Japanese. Like, so Japanese people still use this. It's like, yeah, but you won't encounter it. I'm like, how do you know what I'm going to encounter? So speaking with English, one of the telltale signs of someone who does not communicate very, in my opinion, well enough to interact with other people, because they spend most of their time. What they do is they spend most of their time using their English to project with confidence how they're going to predict the future and how they're talking to someone that they know, like they understand, despite me being a stranger. So like when they say, oh yeah, well, no one uses that. Like, oh, no one, like people want to be colloquial before they want to be, formal. And I'm like, since when? Like, can you describe to me what type of person you're speaking to? Like, what do you think the type of person I'm speaking? Like, you're speaking to me, so what do you think? What is the type of person I am? Do you think I care about formal speech over colloquial speech? Like, what are the indicators that you understand you're speaking to someone using your English? And the English would be like, no, because you don't want to need to know that. That's a waste of time. Like, not pretty much 90% of the time people are speaking colloquial Japanese anyways. Like, well, that's an interesting fact. Where did you get it? Right? I mean, the way you speak English would most definitely indicate that you spend most of your time speaking colloquial English too, which unfortunately, whether it's a common thing or not, the person you're speaking to, me, I actually speak formal English the vast majority of time. Like, most of my life online right now is this streaming thing, right? And I use the subjunctive, and I sound a little bit, I would like to say it's appreciably different from the large majority. I would agree with someone who says that colloquial English is the vast majority of speakers online, like in this space. Well, I predate that audience, and to a person who is so ingrained and projecting, they may not even notice that the person they're talking to speaks English differently. Like, what I mean is, it is possible to think you understand what someone else is saying intuitively and still fail to observe the obvious differential between the person you're talking to and the person and the person that is talking. So someone could describe to me like why this video game is not that great, and I would describe it, it's not that great. They can understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, and there's still a chance for me to infer like they don't understand what I'm saying. The opposite is true too. So like if I'm not well enough integrated with their communication style, then the gap between our communication style will create a mutual misunderstanding of each other, right? So the goal now is to figure out what's a fun way to do this while using language learning. At least that's the current narrative. It's a double standard. I'm gonna concede to that. The person who is more likely to have dabbled more, like the person who's more promiscuous in their language application is likely to understand overall more of the intended meaning. The one who is specialized will be very excellent at the specialized communication that they have, and then every other context outside of that will be deficient, right? That's the trade-off oftentimes. And communication kind of favors one over the other, largely because communication has diminished return when you're selectively in a group, in a singular group, versus communication, which is the exchange of ideas between not just your current group, but many groups. When you stay within your group, you don't have to necessarily develop your communication skills beyond a certain limit. So overcoming misunderstandings, negotiating, discussion, right? Formality, professionalism, those things are bias. They're biased towards someone who can communicate between communities, not someone who stays within a community. The odds of someone who stays within a community or communicate specifically within a community, they don't have to like someone, you don't have to be part of 6 different communities. It's the interaction between the communities that create communication skills. So you can stay in your community and keep saying bruh over and over again, and then you go to a different community and their bruh is different than your bruh. That's a bruh moment. You can have 2 people say, oh, that's cool. One person says that's cool and the other person says that's cool, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, that person, this person's cool is not referring to the same thing as this person's cool, and they're just sitting there agreeing as though they're agreeing what's cool, and I just sit there and like, they're not agreeing on what's cool. That person thinks the story is cool, that person thinks the mechanic is cool, but they don't talk to each other. They don't say what's cool. So then when, like, let's say the game has a cool story, and then suddenly the other person's like, dude, this game is garbage, it doesn't have any mechanics, and then the other person's like, what do you mean this game is not cool? It has a cool story. Like, yeah, because the 2 of you didn't agree. You didn't explain what was cool. You assumed that you both were referring to the same thing. I'm using a metaphor here, or like an analogy here, because you can replace cool and video games with love, morals, ethics, philosophy, and you get the point. Where someone could say, oh, that's acceptable, and then the other person's like, oh yeah, I get it, that is acceptable, and I'm like, okay, you guys haven't explained to each other what do you mean by acceptable. You haven't explained. So later down the road, I would not be surprised when someone says, oh, I thought it was acceptable, now it's unacceptable, and then the other person is like, wait a minute, I think it's still acceptable, and now they have to communicate. Like what were you referring to in the first place? Right? You inject a real world example, cheating, or using mods, using macros, using a guide, watching a YouTube video before playing the video game. Now you have a miscommunication. So that person was like, oh yeah, it's acceptable. You can use whatever tools you can to beat a game. And the other person was like, oh, it's only acceptable if you did it yourself without the guidance of something. So both of them said it is acceptable when they were looking at an example. The example was beating a game. And neither of them knew what each other were talking about. They just assumed. That, to me, is a regular thing online. That the example that I described is more than 50% of like video comments, YouTube comments, or people talking back and forth. The misunderstanding comes from a inherent nature to assume that the context that isn't explained in English, because English requires an explanator of context. Japan, maybe not when you're in Japan, right? When you're in Japan, because the context is already self-selected or more selected. In English, when you're online, you have cultural identifiers, you have communal identifiers in order to that require you to clarify. Like when someone says, oh yeah, that's acceptable, how do you know what's important? So I would ask them immediately when they say, oh, that's acceptable. May I ask how you find something acceptable in this situation? Can you describe to me what is important to it being acceptable? Because then I don't have to guess. And also I learn about the person. I learn what they mean by acceptable. That is inquisition, curiosity, which leads from communication and contributes to communication. Not how I experience it most of the time. Most of the time, it would be someone who's either reserved or choose with some asterisks, or it's very cumbersome or exhausting to engage in communication. I do say this with a light heart, a bit of a light heart. I understand that communication is exhausting. It gets easier when you actually do it, right? And that's the whole practice effect. And it may lead to an improvement in communication skills. It will definitely get easier with practice, like the repetition effect, right? However, it may or may not lead to improvement in communication, because the difference in constantly being in your own circle and saying hello, that would not contribute to an improvement in communication. It would make it easier to communicate. Like, it requires less effort to say hello 40 times over to the same person every day on the same day. It would inherently get easier, mechanically speaking. You say hello, if you say hello 100 times, it's going to be easier the 101st time, mechanically speaking. Doesn't guarantee, it may or may not guarantee that your communication skills improve. It is contextual based. So some people would say, oh, I talk a lot online. Okay. And then they're like, I don't understand why my communication skills are considered poor then. Well, what is the context of how you're talking? If you're sitting there screaming bro like 100 times over, and then everyone's on the same page because everyone thinks bro means the same thing, then no, yeah, your communication skills didn't improve. In fact, it may be a point of interference. It might make it even more difficult to do something different in the future. Like, do not say bro every other sentence. So human behavior and human habits, right? The human condition can play a really strong resistance. kind of like reading an English sentence and saying, well, English doesn't have this. That's resistance. Language has language. Communication has communication. It may be different. I agree with you. When you say it doesn't have this and it doesn't have that, and you're qualifying that it literally doesn't have it, I would agree. Right? This is where I would ask the person, do you mean the literal sense, or do you mean humans interacting with humans? Because if you're saying like English doesn't have a human to human interaction to capture something, I would disagree with you. Like, very comfortably disagree with you. Because the foundation is it's still communication between two humans. So they have to find an analogous way of doing so, unless you're making the argument that somehow your culture makes you a different type of human being. That would be absurd. It would be like, I could be convinced, I suppose. Someone could present a cogent argument that somehow Americans, for example, who speak English somehow do not need a fulfillment of a specific requirement between human-human interaction that Japanese do, and because linguistically it's not the same. I'm like, okay, I agree with you linguistically, semantically, those mechanics are presented differently. So yes, they don't exist in the sense of the linguistic mechanics. I would argue you would need a very compelling argument to me that somehow it's reflected in the lack of human application. Like, for example, this language is unapologetic, and then this language is very apologetic. It's because the humans in that country don't need to apologize for something, and they're always honest, or they're more honest than another one. That's not true. I think that is an incredible leap of logic, that somehow humans are now different humans, gleaned from their mechanical use of trying to capture what humans want to. So humans are humans first, before they try to communicate through language. So human condition comes into play. Like, some people would do this to an extreme where, like, this group of people are just more polite, and it's gleaned from their language. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. Now, are you suggesting that you're going to make the assumption that the other group can't be polite from all of this? Now, obviously, it sounds absurd when I'm stating this. It's not absurd when you look at the person's behavior. Like, the person who believes that they can glean human necessity, like being out of touch with the human condition, and use the mechanical, look at the mechanical thing, right? Fine lens. You magnify onto linguistics, right? And you look at it, it's like, oh, okay, well then people who speak English must be ruder than people who speak Japanese, right? Without taking the context that at all times humans still have to be polite to each other in some way, and they have to, like, that's a requirement, like, to interact with someone. Whether they express it the same way literally, that's a magnifying glass situation. You're hyper focused on looking at a very particular situation, and you can make it like, I can agree with the person when I narrow my view to their very specific way. I can still agree with them while stepping back and looking at the human condition and disagree with them on the human condition. Like, suddenly a language that diminishes love or intensity are filled with people who are less loving and less necessary of love, for example. Like, or people who are more honest in their language mechanics mean that they're inherently honest and not deceptive or deceitful, that is going to be a hard sell, at least in my opinion. It's relevant here because I can't tell you how often someone would use this stuff and talk about a set of human qualities. Like, oh man, Japanese people must be very polite and respectful, and Americans are rude and direct because they speak English. And I'm like, okay, I mean, sure, there might be some, you could argue some tendencies. Like, do you know how people are polite in each culture? Like, what do you think how do you speak English politely? Tell me with a magnifying glass, right? And not a confirmation bias. If you do not use professional and polite English, how do you know how to appreciate that in the first place? You could confirm that Japanese have polite speech, and then to you, English doesn't have polite speech because you hate it. That is a more common scenario that I encounter. Not that it's a bad or a good thing, because in that person's field, it's probably sufficient. Like, when I'm trying to be polite and speak English that is very agreeable and polite, that same person is the one and the same person who believes Japanese people like have this air of politeness in their language. They would see my English as politically inclined, as in I sound like a politician. So they would argue oftentimes like, why are you beating around the bush? Why can't you just be direct with me? You always sound like you have a hidden agenda. I'm like, what do you think politeness is? Like, so there's a social stigma, a bias towards looking at it. Like, how do you be polite to someone? One of the inherent qualities of Japanese is to be indirect. You're not trying to be direct, like forward. So that person's bias ended up relating in its English perception, not because they were looking for the connections or the association of the human condition within two languages. So that happens quite a lot. When someone says, oh, I really like how polite Japanese is, because you learn about it, right? You learn about it again as an adult, and you like the idea of being polite in Japan, right? You want to be polite. And my first thought is, well, you're talking to me. What do I sound like when I'm trying to discuss topics with you in English? And then the person would say like, well, you never really directly tell me anything. Like, you don't express your opinions very often, and it's hard to read what exactly is your point. Oftentimes you make several points, but you don't ever indicate what point you agree with. It's like, exactly. I'm trying to be polite in English. Pushing your opinion onto someone using the indicative voice and constantly dictating what they should or should not believe and projecting everything narcissistically in English is your default English. It's not polite to do that. It might be normal. You could say, well, most people speak this way, so it's very normal. I'm like, yeah, it's normal. That doesn't make it polite. In Japanese, you can have colloquial conversation, and that could be normal. It doesn't mean it's polite. You're not speaking like it's polite. Like, oh, I thought you would love this. I thought you would love this ice cream, so I got some for you. That's impolite to me. You're inferring and you're assuming what they will like, and you did it for them. You didn't ask, hey, I don't know if you like this ice cream. I grabbed some just in case you like this ice cream. So do you want some? That's polite. Not direct. You're being indirect. So I use English this way because of Chinese, really, like because of my parents in Chinese, where you're always inquisitive. You're trying to not dictate what the other person likes. You're not inferring and jumping to conclusions. It's actually pretty embarrassing sometimes. Like for myself, I'm not embarrassed for others. I would embarrass myself. Like whenever I'm caught, like when someone asks me, when someone responds and say, wow, did you just assume that that's a point of embarrassment to me? Like you don't do that. It happens rare for sure in English. Like some people, like in the culture in the United States, somebody goes, oh, thank you, that's very thoughtful. That would be a natural response. However, when I reflect upon it, it's like, did I just made a choice for them? I mean, they will still like it, right? Because that's a social norm. However, I would be uncomfortable. Like, did I just make the choice for them? And that's what I mean by, well, how do you know what politeness is like if you spend most of the time looking at it as not being polite? English, like for example, because of all the preferences and stuff, English can still sound, quote unquote, sound like Japanese for the application of being polite. The chicken or the egg problem here is that a social norm to do so? Doesn't mean it's polite. If a social norm does not dictate whether it's polite or not, in my opinion, it dictates that it's normal. Politeness comes from a consideration for others. Being normal can be both. It can be normal to always talk in the indicative, i.e. English, especially from like a primary English speaking country oftentimes, or westernized culture oftentimes. And then it can be normally impolite, or it's normally polite to be polite, right? Like normally being polite. Basically, you're always using indirect language. You rarely ever infer what they're saying, and you hope that you have enough contextual knowledge that you are accurate without inferring something. Otherwise, you inquire about it. So, difference in English as well. And knowing that, in my opinion, knowing that helps someone write professionally, which doesn't happen very often, at least in my personal experience in English. People talk directly. They talk with implicit nuance that make lots and lots of assumptions. So when they go to type something about themselves, it sounds like they believe they're explaining themselves really well, like 90% of the time, and when a stranger like me go to read it, I get nothing. I get really legitimately nothing. So many things are like, it sounds like you said something, but you didn't say anything. You say you're good at math. How? Why? What did you do? And then they would explain what you do. It's like, okay, so how does that and why does that explain you're good at math? And like, well, I'm very trustworthy. How? You just told me you're trustworthy. I don't know how or why you think that. Like, well, I'm trustworthy, so that's all you need to know. And I'm like, that does not explain anything. Are you telling me to trust you? Is this a trust me bro situation? That's not polite. You're not offering the information so that I can make a judgment about your character. You are inferring that you are more important, and then the other person should listen to you. Impolite. Japanese teaches that, in my opinion, in grammar. You do not tell someone what they should think. You should either offer a thought to them, a suggestion to them, or collect information from them, and it's reciprocated, because we have to know that if Japanese people are talking to each other, they would indirectly indicate things to each other in order to give them the opportunity to form their own opinions, or like form a natural, and then if enough of this consideration happens, you have a culture where social norms are adapted that way. In the United States, you ask questions. Like, you ask. And that has become a talking point most of the time. I like talking about this point. This is my, like... This is what I want to write about in the future. I don't think this is going to change very much in English unless the internet somehow dramatically restructures the way echo chambers work. If echo chambers are discouraged, and then randomness, like less targeted, which is bad for business, by the way. It's like a lose-lose for business. When you rely less on data-driven things and collectively create echo chambers, then there is a necessity. There is a essential benefit to politeness, especially in English, because that would mean that people will start with questions. They would start with explanations. They would develop a necessity to communicate with people that they can't assume what they already know, what they like, what they do, because there's no data. Like, the data is not driving the interaction. And I don't know if Japanese started, interacting with that. Like, people who are Japanese, right? And they go online for long enough. Do they talk like that? Or Chinese people, they go online, and do they talk like that now? There was a couple rare chances. I've met a few Japanese youth and a few Chinese youth, even though, like, I don't think they were supposed to be, like, they're not supposed to be able to be on Twitch or YouTube, so it's a little questionable. But I met them momentarily, and they talk like any other English-speaking person. So that's a self-selection, right? And what I mean is, it's not very all that differential. Like, the kid that the couple Japanese people that I spoke to, when they wrote in Japanese and then they try to communicate with me, they sound like someone I would meet in, like, I don't know, a subreddit or a Discord server. It would say, like, oh, hey, this is cool. I'm like, oh, okay, right? Do you mean, like, this is cool to be like? And the giveaway is that when they're using Japanese, they're using the casual speech. They're talking to me casually, immediately, and obviously you can argue, well, they're young. That's why they would not care about politeness and, like, stranger things. And, like, not really. In Japan, you still have parents who teach their kids to be polite in public when they're speaking to strangers. So again, this is a really small sample, so I have no idea if that's true for, like, Japan or China. Even you can't do China because of the Chinese network. In Japanese, the times that I interacted with like Japan specifically, the kids behave like kids on the internet. So, like, my perception of kids on the internet, not Japanese perception of kids on the internet. I don't think they were any more polite or any less direct to a stranger. Like, they didn't come in and ask, like, oh, what are you doing right now? May I ask, like, why do you, like, they're not doing the polite thing where, like, they're asking out of curiosity and do you like this? Like, that's not the interaction. It was, hey, this is cool. And I'm like, okay. Or, oh, in English, this happens more often. Someone says, like, whoa, man, bruh, this sucks. Like, bruh, you're cool. Like, bruh, this is awesome. What a vibe. That's what the Japanese turned out to be too. So, again, grain of salt. I don't know if this is, I reckon this is not true in Japan, like those who aren't chronically online. Humans are still humans. Kids are still kids. Really interesting microcosm. All right. So anyways, that was my digression because I was going to end my Bunpro thing today. It's coming along. So tomorrow we're probably going to be doing a quick cram session, abbreviated cram session, including the 7 grammar points. I don't know if the second 7 grammar points are going to even come up. SRS, right? I don't, again, as a reiteration, I don't use the SRS not really anymore. Whether it's convenient or not will be the dictator, and then I cram. We cram to fit our own schedule. You could argue, well, why not just reset the things and then do all this stuff? I click on cram and do that. The comparison is a moot point, right? It is cool to see when I'll complete this. Like, I'm keeping this as a track of, hey, how many exposures have I had? Because this is an internal tracker for how many exposures I have based on their SRS. So I can make a comment about their exposure while still doing cram to some extent. I already made the disclaimer that it's very different for me. So let's do a vocabulary for a honorary vocabulary. Shopping mall. Oh no. Wait. I have no idea how to spell this. Shopping mall, right? Oh, I spelled maru, not maru. Okay. What? Did I add an extra syllable? Shopping. Oh, I wrote ku, not ku.
ここから一番近いショッピングモールはどこですか?
Alright. Our honorary vocabulary. Okay. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, debate, perhaps exchange ideas, keep each other motivated, keep each other curious. That is the central theme today. If there's, I know I made a digression that connected with politeness and perception. Curiosity. Curiosity can be a root or a foundation for most of the exploration. So communication can be a result of curiosity. Politeness, impoliteness, or directness versus indirectness. One of the human conditions that I'm tackling is curiosity. Curiosity can be can contribute to empathy or sympathy. So if I had a hot take, right, like a one-word hot take, human or that's 2 words. Curiosity, just curiosity in general. So you're more than welcome to come on by and talk about something that's curious to you. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you.
Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第528天 It is day 528. Let's get into our lessons here. Our recall.
炫弄.
炫弄. So, 弄 is weak. I think I only have like 1 or 2 uses of 弄 I can think of. And 炫 is the weak one. Or 炫 is the new one that we're using this vocabulary for. Which is to... Actually, it's not that new. It's kind of like in the middle. It's to show off. I actually was fine with... I typed showy. Kind of a showy related thing. However, this is an opportunity to combine two characters that are somewhat on the weak side. Not too bad.
炫弄.
This was a inclusion because there's a word that I can
斟酌.
utilize. 斟酌. 斟 is fine. 酌, like, so these two are slightly weak in the sense that the pouring wine thing is kind of contemplative. So like it's more like serving something. So we include this in order to understand that is to consider or pour alcohol, but consider is the thing that was coming from a recent Japanese phrasing as well. So both of them is to make allowances or to take into consideration. Taking into consideration, both of these characters deal with that. So the act of service, when you're serving someone, aka like pouring wine, you're considering something. So I threw this in logically because both of these are also defined by their service, the pouring alcohol. I think Jen is weaker than Zhuo. Not that much though. Both of them are pretty weak. This one was the Japanese character. Shaku. Shaku was the kanji that was in my most recent. I don't know where Jun is. Yeah, I'm not sure the kanji. Not off the top of my head.
斟酌.
The vocabulary word that was paired with shaku was something else. Oh no, it was a kana. So it was a phrase. Like that's awful, and it uses a kana. It didn't have like, I don't think it was a compound word. Like a, I don't know if I remember a jukuko of this. Interesting.
苟存.
苟存. So go is a little bit weak. The translation is, it looks like go though. And go in this case is kind of helpful. So go is careless, right? Careless or without thought. And then when you're carelessly existing, this is a deep cut into some of the things that I take very personally, or not personally, but I encounter personally. The drifting through life bit, kind of a common topic that I encounter. So very memorable.
苟存. 灰烬.
灰烬. Jing was the weak one, which is cinder. It looks like Jing with fire.
So Jing with fire. Although I keep what prompted me to include this is I look at Jing and then I think about Jing as in like exhausted or used up or tired or like entirely exhausted situation, like to exhaust all energy, and then I just ignore the fire, which is cinder. And I often thought cinder as the other way, but I'm thinking of a kindle. So kindle is like auspicious to some extent, and the cinder is like fading away, like the other direction. They both describe something that is like a smallish fire, so to speak. So this is helping me contextualize cinder, which is hui. Hui is ash. So ash and cinder are closer together than say in ember and a ash, right? Which I don't think they're together. It's probably something more like a kindle and an ember together. That's how I'm imagining it at the moment.
灰烬、屋檐、
Wu Yan. So I forget eaves all the time. And eaves are those like overhangs in houses. So this will help me out because Wu is house. So Wu Yan, it'll remind me of what this is. It looks like it can be Yan, Chang, and the primary or Jiang and Dang are Dang, Jiang are the primaries for this like gigantic thing here. But Yan is an exception, and Yan is an exceptional meaning as well. So next to Wu, that helps out.
屋檐、
There's another eaves. Yi. I don't know if Wu Yi is a thing. Wu Yi. No idea. Okay. Oops. I didn't type the whole thing.
炫弄、 苟存、 屋檐、
Heck. My voice broke. My bad.
灰烬、
I've been pushing my voice very, very rigorously the last couple of days. Reading in the jungle Dave the Diver DLC dialogue. Voice can break every once in a while. Oh, wait. That's draw. Excuse me.
斟酌、侯爵、
Ojie. Okay, so Marquise is a problem largely because I immediately think of Ho, which is to wait. There's one stroke down here. Oh, so this is Ho, which is the Marquise, and it's kind of hard to remember the definition otherwise as well, the translation. So if you put it next to nobility, though, this is one of the gold standards that I'm looking for. Two weak characters, but when they're together, it makes it very obvious. Because Jie is a weak one for nobility. It also has a similar problem where you add one radical to the left, and it will become Chu. I think it's mouth. And the right is what holds the character. So this whole character is Jie, and this whole character on the right is Ho. So Ho Jie. So then Ho Jie. And then together, if you have a marquise is nobility. I could mix this up with Duke. just the idea of a nobility. I could pivot from duke. I need to understand that this is the marquis.
侯爵
In the English, 侯爵 in the English sense. Wait, I thought I had 6.
侯爵
Did I not have? Oh yeah, 6. 5 plus 1. This is on the lower side yesterday. I did skip our active recall yesterday. It looks like I have a feeling this is on infinite scroll. It hasn't reached a cap yet. I was expecting it to reach a cap of 121 and then the rest would be ... box. Which works to my advantage, that it keeps going. Because I don't really want it to stop going longer. Because we haven't really lead into our vocabulary in order to rotate these out. I kind of don't want to rotate these out. In a way. There is a chance they will, by chance. Alright, let's go to our character studies. The infinite circle. Okay. What? I thought that was fell. Oh. No, it's missing a stroke. Hold up. Oh no, it's not. Oh. Okay. That was the person. Do I have halberd for this? Whoops. Am I using a halberd? Oh. He's getting his fingers on a halberd. Just write it a little bit differently here. Okay. Quick misread.
刀
Darn. Chatter. Uh,
笔长
Japanese helps there. Oops. In testing. Okay. Now I want to say tray,
催
but which tray? It's not destroy. This is like sponsor or urge or like. Oh no! It's tray. Alright, hold up. Let me make sure. So, finger is urge. No. Person is urge. Finger is destroy, right? It'll become apparent in a sec here. So, tway, right? Yeah. Tway is to push or urge someone, like to shove forward, basically. For finger. Oh no, finger is not destroy. Finger is urge and push. Then is person destroy? Oh no. Person is urge. Finger is also push. So tway is push Che is to urge the person, right? And there's destroy, which is finger. Oh, I misread. This is correct. This is correct. Finger is destroy with the mountain. Tway doesn't have a mountain. So these trays are the two. And then tray alone is just tray. There's no other. I'm gonna be surprised if I find anything other than a proper noun. So these three trays right here. Tray, tray, and tray. They're all trays. And you have to remember the group. And this is what I remembered, and I failed. Let's go see. The odds of this producing anything other than proper nouns is the reason why I'm weak. Like, I'm weak in it because it's either going to be the meaning is either going to be destroy or urge, not the proper noun. It's still a tray though. Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Tray way or tall. That's a different way though. Oh no, that's not a different way. That's just a way tall. We could use this. Not that it's probably not that much of a use. Like, I don't even know how tray is being operated though. Everything else. Oh, here's one. Tray, another tray way. Rocky Mountains. In this case is way for the other towering. Probably. This is probably dealing with mountains, like something tall. So I'm getting the impression that it has something to do with tallness. Does that line up with destroy and urge? Not really. Yeah, I think we're just gonna stick with tray. Wei is a weak character, so I was gonna consider adding this because Wei. We do have a vocabulary word for Wei now. Wei, the two towering or tall. There's also Shen. Shen had a tall as well. Lots of the tall, high things, they have different uses. Tall, like in status. Tall, as in tall means like better, higher in rank, and so it can apply to so many things. Like, is it higher in what we already said, rank, spirit, any type of emotion is better. Like, it's an intensifier as well. So like this doesn't really help with anything, although memorize like some of these ones I'm gonna have to group all of these at some point, which is they're just the names. So we have our examples are like Tao, Qi, Heng, Lu, Lu. There's quite a bit. Yi, Chang, Yang. I think we have a good amount of names. I don't know. So here's an interesting question about this. Are there any syllables in which a name does not have? I reckon very few, if any. If there is a reed that isn't attached to a name, like there's a specific sound that has not been used for people's names. I'm kind of curious about that. But so far with all the characters, and we're specifically talking about a reed including the tone, like a specific reed and tone that doesn't exist or is avoided intentionally not to be used in people's names, or a place name or something like that. Would be curious. For the time being, I'm assuming there's gonna be a character for every like proper noun usage thing. Now, you could make an argument, well, other people use other characters, I'm specifically talking about a character that was specifically used for proper nouns. Like their primary use is for the proper noun, the sound proper noun. So I'm not talking about the cases where like Shibanya, right? Shibanya are 3 characters that have a primary meaning. They use it as transliteration or something like that. Like nothing of that nature. More the character's primary use is the sound. Which in this case, Che is one of them, for the time being at least. Outside of the one ex-
脚
metal. That's probably. I think I can find another one. I think this one's not that great. Jiao Lian is not great. It's a hinge. Well, like, it's cut with scissors and a chain put together. Not the greatest with a hinge. Let's try to see if there's anything else that helps me. So, Jiao Lian is our default. A reamer? I don't know what a reamer is. Here's another door hinge. It feels like it's more the hinge than a cut with scissors. I don't even know what the cut with scissors. I guess there are scissors here. What is this? 蝴蝶脚. 蝴蝶脚. Ooh? The what? Oh, butterfly. Wait, is this butterfly? Oh, I get it. The scissors that look like butterflies, but oh, it's a shape. Interesting. All right. A reamer. I don't actually know what a reamer is. English. Get an image. A reamer is a rotary tool with sharp, cutting edges used to precisely enlarge or smooth the interior. Oh. Well, that's not going to be very helpful at the moment. So, interesting. I think we're not going to we're still stuck with Jiao Dian. So, let's add a hinge. Yeah, it's just scissor, like the hinge is a scissoring thing. Like it's the motion of scissoring. So I like the hinge thing. We'll pivot to hinge. The butterfly thing is pretty cute because a butterfly, when you think of the flapping of a butterfly, it's kind of like a scissoring motion to describe hinge. We're gonna use hinge from now on for that. And then be careful, it's person, that's Phil. Right?
找
And then batter. I immediately wanted to type Qing, but then I thought maybe it's Lung and Li. Dang it. It's Jing for pacify. It's the blue guard. Pardon. Maybe pardon is a thing. Let's find out. To put down a rebellion. Oh, okay. Still largely used as a pronoun. Or I mean a proper noun. There is a bunch of suppressing things. Oh no, okay. I see some more stuff here. put down a rebellion. 定乱. England. That's weird. Oh no, wait, here, okay. Pacify. 绥靖. How does the sway part work? Yeah, oops. Appease. Okay, I think we're sure. Let's go with this one. Chaos is something.
静乱
Jingluan is not Luan. Jingluan. Jingluan. It is something to pacify. This one is pretty tough.
真
Yo, what? I can't unsee Don. Don or Tun. Da? Oh, right. It's a pivot off of Daybreak. So this occurs too. So you take the Don and then you chop it. So I took a 50-50. It's a 30. It's kind of like a. This one is kind of a 30 a 50-50 in one situation, where it's either Dan or Tan, and then there's an exception, which is Da. Not really, honestly. Tan only occurs once. That character. Tan. Okay. This is again the same issue. The chances of me finding a word with this is probably fairly low. It's probably mostly proper noun, and we only have one entry. Alright, well, this will continue to be Da. So it's the female daywalker. Well, we're gonna call it the female daywalker. That's how I'm gonna. Or Dracula. So I immediately want to write Lee. Probably.
李
And hurry, right? Yeah, so this one needs help because it has nothing to do with eating or like something with the mouth. The closest thing is to imagine eating curry, and then the right is Lee, like the right. Kari is what I think of when I think of curry. Yep, Kali. Oh, it's Kali. Kali. Oh, it uses ka from coffee. Jelly. Jelly. Oh, I didn't even know jelly. Jelly is jelly. Yeah, gali fen. Gali fen. Maybe I should add more than just gali. No, gali will work. I might have said gali a little differently because in Fujianese it's still these two, like, phonetically. The tone is a little bit different. Gali. like the K. The K sometimes sounds like G. So Kali, Gali, Gali. Do they have a G? Oh, they do. They do have a G. How do I know that? Restaurant business. Gali. I remember, this is like a short story. I remember when I was a kid, I kept thinking they're trying to say garlic. Gali. Garlic? But garlic is not gali. Curry is. So we have two types of powders, right? They're curry powder, like a cumin, right? Cumin powder. And then we have garlic powder, like white and black garlic powder stuff, like specific white garlic powder. So whenever they said gali, I thought they were saying garlic. And they were reaching for the garlic, but then it ends up being a jar of cumin, the curry powder. And that's what stuck with me when I was a teenager, knowing that gali is curry, and then kari, right? Kari. Is that one or two beats? Japanese then follows up on it. Oh, kore. Yeah, kore would be closer to what I would have think it was curry. Like gali end up being like, oh, okay. It took me a while to know that they were referring to, whoops. Oh yeah. Referring to curry and not garlic. Okay.
打归
We're just gonna use measurement for that. Whether it's ancient or not, the toss up. Oh no. The boomboxing. This is shock. Wrong place. Yeah. Or stunned. Shocked. Not like being shocked as in like figuratively, but really actually being stunned. And I picked the wrong location. It's obviously, when I say shocked, it was supposed to remind me that it's electricity, which is the electric power plant, which I failed. Let's look at this. Stunned. Where is there another word? Is there another character? Maybe like Shen for dazzled. Stunned and dazzled. Ran. That doesn't really help too much because ran is the nature of something. So the condition of being stunned, which is still stunned. Chuo astonished or startled. With mistake. Shocked. Astonished, yeah, being startled as in like countering. Jing oh, that is a surprise. Oh, literary. Like to stupefy. That makes sense. Surprise. We'll use this. I kind of like it. To doesn't get much love other than it's so colloquially used. To is really like 不错, right? 不错. Yeah, let's go with that. Oops.
饿
I don't think it's, dang it, it's probably you or abundant. The suit is the key. You is the read on the right. Yeah, affluent. All right.
流
I have no idea what type of tree you are, or if you have anything to do with the tree. Are you a lemon? Are you a pomegranate? Oh my gosh, you're a pomegranate. Alright. Immediately I wanted to type E. And then I wanted to type J. And then I wanted to type Joe. Oh no. Okay, I got too many mix. It's J. Okay, for swamp. Should have went with the J. Do I have the swamp? Yep, I have the double swamp. Fine, alright.
则
Jiao Zhe for double swamp. It's as ideal as one can get. This is not yen. Or is it yen? It's not yen. Yen has a radical to the left. I'm gonna say it's probably yen, a ying. Oh yeah. Alright, hold up. This is the tiger shark thing. The tiger shark in the aquarium. I actually have no idea how this works. Like, I don't know what yin is supposed to be. Okay, well, the year of the tiger. Sure. Sign of the tiger. Ying Shi. Oh, Ying Hu doesn't really work though for Year of the Tiger. It's Tiger. Oh, no, actually this works. Or not really. Oh, Sign of the Tiger and Tiger? Okay. It's okay. Eating years and then names. Dealing with years. Alright, we'll use this. The other tiger is stronger. So this is a sign. It's specifically the sign of the tiger. It's kind of like Chun, the sign of the dragon. If I look up Chun, probably it does the same thing. Maybe it's like Cheng Long, or like the year of the dragon. I wouldn't be surprised. And how do I screw this up? Blue is how I screw. Oh no, wait. I have a different location too. It's in the English manner. Because this is Jing, the right is
玉苍
this is blue. It's weird. Or like dark blue. Guess navy blue is not a bit of a dark blue. That's Kong. I think that's Kong. Kong. Hold on. The heckin' umbrella, hairy umbrella. Hairy umbrella is tough. Some part of me wanted to type. Nope. 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 Jun. Oh, this is for dinos. I think we're gonna change up the umbrella and the hair. It's a constant weakness. The umbrella and the hair. So I went with no, No, Jung is stronger. No, Jung is really strong. Dang. I screwed the pooch. This is what I was thinking to take advantage. There should be one more. Oh, I guess not. Okay, so much stronger. So I guess I can simplify it to the idea that this is specifically the re. I've been using hat hair. So these are the three. This one's fairly good because of the sickness. Precious is pretty good because of the scepter. Not this, though. Word is less strong. Keep that in mind. So Jung is reserved. These I don't view this as the same as this anymore. This is actually with participation. So these things are grouped with participation. And then there's one other. The feathers on top of the hat, they're special. So the feathers are special. All three of these are special. So I have to remember them separately. And then I believe that's all of... This is special because it's not dealing with air situation. It's more of a you related thing. Gonna be how we group them. I don't think there's a replacement. I have to know. That's a foundation.
静 君
Pounds. Maybe we can look for another one? Is there something like Zhong, like heavy? Your instructions? What the... 1,000 pounds hangs by a thread. What? Okay, we're just gonna keep thinking about... I'm gonna write heavy for that one.
T 赢 变
Yo, what? This one's weird. Tiptoe is weird. Probably line up with T, probably. ENT. I want to say... Oh no. No, I don't know. I dropped the bottom. It's a bundle of bills. Oh, it's probably... What? Oh, it's Sue. Sue. Russell. Yeah, we did the onomatopoeia for that.
交
That's not whale. Or is it whale? No, Jing is whale. Are you a whale too? I don't think you're a shark. Are you a carp? Okay.
忍
Okay. The bottom is important. It doesn't have mountain, but for whatever reason, I was leaning towards sky. No.
西
This is Russell. The other Russell.
蒙
That's weird. Heck! I took a leap of faith on that one. Didn't think about it. We'll come back. No way this is pay. What is that? It's a mount garden. Oh, it's a bay of some sort, probably.
Who
Dang it! You're thinking of the mountain. Oh. It's Luan. Or mountain range. Oh no, it's probably cool from the for Buddha or Bodhisattva Bodhisattva, but I don't know how to properly. Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva. I just truncated to Buddha to help out. It's an exception. Who is an exception? To like pay and bay. The flowers are the key. We already have the two Buddhas together.
素
How do we do them together? Oh, the metal. Oh, right. I'm gonna write heavy for this. Only thought is Faye. Or Faye. Oh, no way. It's Faye. Poor Kingfisher. Dang it. It caught right when... I don't know if there's gonna be... Faye, Che... I don't know what that is. And then it's a bird. So I either know if it's a bird or not. Let's look at what jade. Oh, that's a jadeite is a. Oh, it is related to jade. The jade. Interesting. Or bird related thing. I don't think either is gonna help. Che is jade though. Maybe I'll use the jade thing going forward. Or add jade. Elcian. It's either gonna be the bird or the jade. So look.
卵 匪 蒲
Oh, we only have 30 for the day? That's what we're gonna do for today. It's getting shorter and shorter, which is good because we're gonna go into our month of vocabulary soon. I'm getting some extra rest for tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a really big day, followed by another big day. Tomorrow is the Phantom X, Persona 5, the Phantom X's anniversary. We're gonna be covering probably spending the vast majority of the day doing that. And then the following day is Wanikani's level 60, which will be a very long day as well. We're wrapping up June's projects, right? Or like wrapping up very ongoing and long projects for June. I really enjoy doing this. Like, it's fun just looking at all the dictionary things. Now, the dictionary is not complete either. So, that's kind of a thing. I like that I think this is an infinite scroll. So this is my Carpendium. This is a record keeping of ever since we started the word discovery thing, which was about halfway into the week or halfway into the month. And on average, we're looking at the average is getting lower because there are fewer characters in the queue. So I want to it's still a very long time before I do my next 100 review, the 600 day review. However, I've already consolidated a type of approach that I'm going to do. And it's very different now. And I look forward to discussing it pretty much. So I have one routine that's going on to summarize is that it's the word discovery one, where I'm using all of my character studies to connect the words. So the words are now the tether to the character studies. And each word is a voluntary decision that I'm making now. So that's different from being provided the word. And when I voluntarily look at the words a specific way, when we go back through older characters, right, which again, I have to remind myself to mention that I am going in the other direction too. So I am going over all the mastered characters from time to time. So I do look at these characters. And then I think about the words going forward. And then if they come up again in sentences or later down the road, we're converging, going from the later groups and then the earlier groups are going forward and backwards, and they're being connected based on their words. Once that is happening, I think next month we're going to continue this kind of pattern, and then the following month is when we're going to start writing sentences. It gives me enough time to adjust to a new routine. I enjoy this far more now. Like, the enjoyment is going up because I'm also getting into my comfort zone. This is my comfort zone. So, knowing that I'm getting to my comfort zone, I must also now consider ways to challenge myself. Because if I don't challenge myself in my comfort zone, I'm going to become too laxed and maybe cut corners and whatnot. So I'm trying to keep myself vigilant in character studies. The character studies was the abnormal thing. The SRS part is no longer a thing. Of course, I haven't been using the whole SRS thing for quite some time now. I think despite Duolingo not using what people refer to now as SRS, like the dynamic SRS. SRS was not dynamic before it was dynamic. It's neat that technology has now allowed you to do this, right? Make it dynamic. However, I was a one-size-fits-all kind of kid. When you went to school, you were doing SRS. It happens to be a static SRS, though. There's a reason why homework is spaced out the way it is between people, right? Like, yes, there are human variations, curriculum variations, but curriculum is a static one-size-fits-all averaging effect of SRS. You are spacing out your evaluations and activities in order to promote it. With the inauguration, right, the indoctrination, I suppose. Sometimes it feels like an indoctrination at this point, or the institutionalization of apps online, dynamic SRS, or even more so FSRS, which the F to me simply means flexible SRS. This is the marrying of, okay, well, now you don't need a curriculum. You don't need some expert to provide the curriculum. You are responsible for proliferating that. Well, HanziHero and Wanikani proliferated the content, right? And then apply the algorithm. Whether it's useful or not, I'm agnostic. I'm indifferent. You work, the habit is what works, not its approach, in my opinion. I don't think it provides a significantly improved, like, to me, when all the dust settles, I do not believe it provides a statistically appreciable difference between someone who simply ended up adopting a habit. So SRS, the reason it works, in my opinion, is to help someone adopt a new consistent habit. The dynamic part, the argument of, oh, but SRS can help you be more efficient. It keeps gauging the furthest point in which you forget something. Like, that's well and good. If you are going to tell yourself for the rest of your life, you're going to keep maintaining that through memorization recognition. That is the reason why I do not believe that this is a statistically significant way to produce adequate high-level comprehension. If you don't need high-level comprehension, if you're not interested in any higher dynamic understanding outside of memorization and recognition in order to pass an exam or overcome something that you don't like to remember or study, SRS is great. SRS produces the foundation of a habit. The habit could be a fixed curriculum, going to school. It could be going to class, finding a tutor, and you're obligating yourself to meet in a tutor. Moving to a country that enforces certain standards on you. All of those things produce habits. They are a contributor of habits. Your environment, your positive, negative reinforcements, positive, negative punishments, your obligations, your sustaining life skills, all of them are reinforcements for your habit. So the most important thing, in my opinion, the most valuable thing about SRS is how you can do it for free. You can, lots of apps use SRS systems. And when I think of SRS, for me, I know I'm generalizing a bit to save some time. Habit is the underlying value of SRS. If you do not have a consistent method of producing habit, obligation, right, or some sort of consistency, the one way to do that is using modern SRS. If you already have that in place, your mileage may vary, because when you have something in place, it might conflict with SRS. So then that's when FSRS came around, where it produces more flexibility. To me, maximizing the FSRS and SRS, or going, like, wanting to go to classes or going to a tutor, you need to do all of those things. Like, so the question is, can you do all those things? Well, now we're entering life skills. That's time management, critical thinking, deductive reasoning, and methodological, like, experimental design, like scientific method related things. If you're not skilled in those things, then regardless of how much you use SRS, FSRS, or like go to school, you're going to have to use those skills eventually. Like, when you go to work, it's not SRS anymore. It's not this SRS. It's not FSRS. It's going to work. If you're going to learn how to conduct an experiment, it's no longer FSRS, SRS. It's time management, habit formation, deductive reasoning, critical thinking, right? It's those things, because those are the things that will adapt to any schedule, adapt to any consistency. Working out is not SRS, but you could certainly convert it into SRS. Like, for example, what does that look like? A fitness tracker. Hey, you look at your data, SRS, you look at your data, it's like, it's time for your running exercise. So to me, SRS, FSRS, classroom, tutor, those are examples of space repetition. They are examples of spacing something out in a different way or customizably in order for you to develop a consistency. Because consistency is one of the... It's not only one of the most understood, like, here's the irony of all this. Here's the paradox. The idea and the conceptual understanding of consistency is so well known now. It's so well known and felt that I would say the majority of young people that I meet trivialize its importance. And how do I know this for sure, is because they look at FSRS and SRS and they think that it's goated. It's like something that they've never encountered in their life. And yet the very nature of them being unable to study a language, to stick to something for a long time, is because they have an SRS in their life that works really, really well and makes everything else so difficult to do. What is that? Gaming addiction, doom scrolling, dopamine hits, constant laziness, chronic boredom, depression. What are those things? They're all SRS. Like, to me, the trigger is that they exist consistently. So when they exist consistently, what are you competing with? Well, if you want to learn Japanese, you're competing with your depression. Because depression comes up more often in your life than learning Japanese. Sometimes people would associate those two. If you're constantly depressed every time you get up, and then you're constantly depressed while studying Japanese, or Chinese, every time you study Chinese or Japanese, you're going to feel depressed. That is a habit association. So, hear me out. What's a great way to practice different ways of SRS? Well, I said this yesterday for a really long time during, I was on a digression in Chinese. I study at my best. So when I'm healthy, happy, high in energy, I study. So then when I go to study, I feel like I have energy. That's combining an existing habit that is positive with another habit that may use energy. So that's elevating SRS. It's understanding how your habits form as a human being. So SRS plays into habit formation. And it's not a coincidence that almost all of them correlates with being an app or gamification, because gamification is SRS. And I talked about this yesterday in a very crude and possibly give a counterexample of something that's not positive in SRS. What's not positive in SRS? Doom scrolling, login bonuses, gacha games, regular incentives to do the minimum amount of work to get dopamine hits. Like, for example, log into your game and they throw virtual currency at you. Doom scroll with lots of flashy lights and hyperstimulation. Those are regular intervals of stimulation over time. SRS just happens to sit in an area where it's telling you to do something with a different activity that you otherwise wouldn't do. So the difference, in my opinion, is if you're using the word grind with something you are doing repeatedly, then in my opinion, I would highly encourage the person to ask yourself what else is being part of the trigger. Because a grind and excitement, a grind versus having fun, the difference is not its frequency. It's what's being associated with it. But technically, that you could argue it can lead back to frequency. Like when you go to study, are you always tired? Because if you're always tired comes first. So how would you break that cycle? Try to not be tired when you're studying. That's a positive source of reinforcement. A negative source of reinforcement can work too. Like if you don't study, you're going to get a bad grade, or that's a negative punishment. A negative feedback would be something like you study and you become tired, and that lets you keep going, because if you don't get tired, you wouldn't feel like you've done a lot of studying. That's a negative reinforcement, right? You have a negative stimuli, a negative tell that is triggering you to continue. That's a grind. That's what you describe as a grind. When you grind, you feel good. You think you feel good because you worked hard. So it can end up being positive stress, negative stress moment. It's kind of hard to think about it. I think oftentimes people is a mixed bag. It's positive and negative stress. For myself, I use a trigger that I know and then I do it. So, for example, I know that I perform best when I am most rested. And so the reason why I feel most rested is because before that, I learned how to be rested regularly. So if you are able to be rested, that's another habit. Good sleep hygiene can be coupled with being rested, and being rested can be coupled with anything else you want to do. So to me, this is where the SRS conversation is happening. Like, SRS is not the content. It's not dependent on whether it's gamified or not. It's habit formation. Habit is independent of its context. The context can help. Like, for sure, the context can help. You can say you love Japanese, so you can grind through the habit, right? Fair enough. I really, honestly, the value of this, of repeated exposure and consistency doesn't require that you be interested in it. That is why SRS, in my opinion, works as a silver bullet sometimes. Because the silver bullet is you could hate the thing you can build a habit for. And that can work. The concern I have is when someone says they like to do something because they do it often because of SRS. That is not true most of the time. It's rarely true. If you really do enjoy liking to do something because a system tells you to do so, you would not be using words like grind, make time for, not wanting to, not having enough time, having to get through something, or having to do this to see something that you want to see later. You simply say, I look forward to this and I can't wait to do this, right? That is a cognitive dissonance that I hear so often with SRS. Now, what's important, what is a learning lesson, in my opinion, that I would like to encourage people when it comes to SRS or going to classes, going to tutoring, or something like that? I hope it reveals to whoever's using it what works, like what type of habit mechanically feeling, emotionally, like what type of system can work for you. Like if someone says, oh, high school didn't work for me, then the classroom environment might not work for you. You can always revisit and see if it works for you now. People do change, right? Because of experiences, you can view them differently. Like structure can originally view as a restriction, and later in life, when you're an adult, you feel like you yearn for structure, right? That's kind of one of the talks about SRS. SRS provides structure. The thing is, the irony here, I think the dramatic irony here is a large majority of older, not like my age, but more like 20s who are outside of high school, they come back and now they see this SRS thing and they're like, oh, it's the best thing. It helps me do all these things. And my first thought is, well, what did you do in high school? Like, well, school didn't work for me because they told me when to study and when to do homework, and I didn't like any of the subjects, so... But the SRS part is not the subject. It's the schedule. So the idea is when someone says, oh, SRS is different, it's not. You're grinding through a prescribed timing. The belief is what changed, in my opinion. One of the biggest differences between when someone is in their 20s and someone in their high school is now they chose to believe in a prescriptional system. In high school, you believe everyone was out to get you, basically. Like, oh, I didn't want to go to school at 6 a.m. It's like, then how did you manage to get up at 6 a.m. for like the first 18 years of your life and go to school? Or not really 18 years, but let's just say 13 years of your life. SRS. You were given a schedule, you followed it. And then most of the people who said, oh, I wasn't very good at school, like I didn't think I would be able to learn a language, but SRS has changed my life. It's like, yeah, because now you're an adult and you have revisited what it's like to have structure. It's the dramatic irony here is that's what school was trying to do. It was trying to test whether various different structures, despite them seeming the same, like you might be thinking, well, math, all the classes was just school in general. It's like, no, all of your classes have different structures. Your math class has a different syllabus from your physics class. They might seem similar cursorily when you were younger, because when you're younger, you're looking at the bigger picture most of the time. Like if you hate math, then you might hate physics. If you hate going to school, then you hate every single class because they're all classes in a school. When you become an adult, there are many things that come into play that allows you to appreciate that a schedule, consistency is something you may want to get something done. And no, it's not because SRS is somehow magically better than formal education, in my opinion. Like the argument for that requires a lot of leap of logic. It has to assume that the formal education is a schedule that you can't meet, and SRS is a schedule that you can meet. The inherent underlying principle behind both of them, the part that you hate, is not the talking topic. Most people will say, oh, math was the reason you sucked at going to school. It's like, no, the schedule is why you sucked at going to school. SRS, if you flipped math for Japanese, somehow it changes itself. It's like, no, math and Japanese stay static as the content. It was the schedule that you believe in now that gets you to learn those things. In my opinion, it helps. It definitely helps if you're interested in the subject. For sure, when you're learning a subject, the schedule is very much not that necessarily attached to the context of the subject matter. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, SRS is the reason why you can learn Japanese, the schedule is the thing that allows you to be consistent. And being consistent is one of the human conditions that allow you to achieve something, whether you like it or not, and still improve. So that is a big one. And how does this tie with what I'm saying now? I think SRS to me is optional. Duolingo has a static curriculum. Wanikani and HanziHero, in the first month or two, we went along with it, and it's pretty interesting, the whole spacing out thing. Now, eventually, SRS can't provide, in my opinion, higher levels of comprehension. Like, what I mean is, it is not structured for comprehension. It is structured for space repetition. So, this is what I mean by the SRS. The scheduling is not what creates comprehension. The content is responsible for creating comprehension. SRS is independent of the content. Like, you memorize and recognize based on space repetition. It doesn't encourage you to become more comprehensible. Like, you don't comprehend more automatically. That comprehension is dependent on the content. SRS is not. SRS is a structure. It's a time management thing. So no matter how, in my opinion, again, this is talking about the average or the high propensity. Maybe there's like a 10% chance someone who decides to memorize lots and lots of characters over a couple years somehow magically inferred and created an emergence of comprehension of the things they're memorizing. That may happen. It is possible for like a visionary. I would say maybe 1 out of 100,000 people can suddenly see separate things and somehow imagine an overall larger emergence out of those small things. Possibly. That's a visionary. They might, I would say 1 out of 100,000, but it might be 1 out of a million. So for me, I want to emphasize that when you think SRS is responsible for your comprehension, that is a leap of logic. SRS is responsible for keeping you regular, keeping you consistent. The content and manipulation of the content, the capacity to manipulate the nature of the content, is where higher comprehension happens. So, why is this important at the stage I am in? I am trying to transform the content now. And the reason why SRS is not that great, not that important to me, is because I have a higher order organization. Stream schedules, obligations, my timing for comprehension, not the timing around memorization and recognition. So it can be great for foundational work, for sure, like helping memorize a bunch of things, and I still use that for this. So there are current characters in there that, hey, I won't get I might not have enough comprehension yet. So the SRS, I'm kind of a middle ground, right? I'm still letting the SRS tell me the exposures. Now it's more like exposure for discovery. So that's my adaptation for that. If you want to stay at the memorization stage of things, find other things to memorize, right? And recognize. It's an exercise in diminished return on a skill that you're reaching comprehension levels. So, and most people actually habitually do this without consciously doing it. Like, you eventually say, oh, I know enough. You'll move on to reading manga, and then you leave SRS behind, right? You leave the memorization and recognition behind. That doesn't mean you can't integrate what you're doing with SRS retroactively. Like, you could read manga, take all of that manga, and infuse it into the trigger for your SRS. So, like, then it would stop being memory and recognition dependent per se, like memorization dependent. It would be analytically dependent. So you're making connections now. That, to me, is a defining step from beginner to an intermediate learner in a particular skill. Now, the reason why I'm saying in a particular skill is because there's a difference between someone who's doing it implicitly, like intuitively, or they're learning a transcribable skill that they can see themselves using it for other skills. I think the closest thing to that for most people is they believe memorization and recognition can be transferable skills. How well they memorize and recognize can be transferable to other topics. And that's true. And that is a glass ceiling. The more and more you rely on memorization and recognition, and then you keep spreading your time across trying to acquire new skills at that level, then those skills stay at that level. And the question that I often want to contend with is, can there be too much? Right? Like, can you end up trying to memorize and recognize things too much? I don't know how good other people's memories are. For myself, I believe there is a scaling problem. So a skill has to be elevated to comprehension, at least at an analytical level, an organized analytical application level, in order to move on to another skill that can start at memorization recognition. Because the scalability is inherently time crippling. So, like, if you're saying, all right, I'm gonna use SRS to memorize a bunch of kanji, and then now you're like, okay, before you take your kanji and your Hanzi to comprehension level, you decide, I'm gonna learn another. I'm just gonna speed run. I'm gonna learn another script. Let's go to Arabic language and then do the same routine, memorization, and all at the same time. That is not, to me, that will hit an upper limit problem. There will be a point in which someone will feel like they can't scale their memory to simply memorization recognition. Something has to elevate and condense and compress through analytics, comparison, and application, and if at all, even reach creation. But usually creation is optional. So for myself, the reason I did Chinese and Japanese is actually to actively compress, because they share a collective script. So when I'm memorizing one thing, I'm actually doubling, effectively trying to double the value of the memorization and recognition by encouraging myself naturally to create associations and comparisons and juxtaposition at the same time. That creates my motivation for using SRS, like for using the system. So my learning progress was not so much due to the idea that SRS is telling me when to review, because it didn't even matter. If SRS told me to review every day, I would have reviewed every day regardless of the matter. And that is something one has to keep in track of. If you're young and you're like, you can't even do one task regularly, right? It doesn't feel like it. This is a great starting point. Usually the starting point is school, though, right? Getting up at 7, going to school. And the thing about that is, early tests of a problem solver is that they improve over time doing a task at the regular time. Students who don't, they fail. They drop out of class. And then when they go to work, it might change, right? Like if they go to work and they adapt to work, that's good. I would argue that the vast majority of them will still have difficulties. Like if you go to work, schedule, need to improve over time, right? What does that sound like? It's school, but now with responsibilities. And then if that doesn't work, then you become unemployed. So now what do you do then? Well, you have to take care of yourself in order to get another shot at a task that requires you to be consistent again. So scheduling, problem solving, these are life skills. There are very few things you can accomplish by winging an unsustainable type of method. So SRS teaches you a methodology on how you space out things. For myself, it looks like it works really well. It works so well that the person who's using it becomes dependent on it, and they didn't extract what it's doing for them. So I hear this so often on forums. I read this so often on forums where someone's like, oh, don't worry, just SRS everything. And SRS just works. And I'm like, can you explain why it just works? Because if you can't, then you better hope that everything in the world can be converted into an SRS program, like as the foundation, because you'll never acquire the skills to do it yourself. You'll never acquire, like, you're going to be unable, and the longer you do it, the less and less you'll be able to do without it. Is that a bad thing? Not really, because it can be very possible. AI models, right? It is possible to live a life, I suppose, where a automated system is telling you when and where to do things. It's not my place to tell other people how to live their life, and if that lifestyle makes them happy. For myself, I can tell you what makes me happy. Being able to do whatever I want at whatever I schedule, whatever my mind is put to. Does that sound good to you? I don't know. Some people prefer not to have to think about that. They prefer not to have to think about when they need to eat, when to sleep, in order to get 8 hours of sleep. They prefer to be told how to get good hours, they prefer to be told how to feel rested. They like to be told or shown and done, like on the internet, all of the agencies that you have in life. SRS is definitely one of them. It's great to see how well it works, determine what works and what don't, and move on, in my opinion. And then you can go back and use that tool for what it does and how it does it and why it works. You don't go back to a tool because you can't live without it. That is my personal take on it. I don't prefer, when I need to mature and iterate and create, to be dependent on something without knowing how it works. I can choose to rely on a tool for sure and still know what it does and what it doesn't do, because that gives you agency. It gives you control over, all right, well, this other product is really, I really like the subject matter and the way this other product works, but they don't have SRS. It's like, well, that's fine. I don't need SRS for it to be successful. When you're saying, like, I can't even imagine what it's like to be at the moment in like the mind of a young scholar nowadays, because their track mind is they're building the best as they're going. So when they learn that something works, they never stray away from it, iterate on it, learn from it, or extrapolate and transfer it. They simply rely on that same thing and they refine that wheel as hard as they can, and when it stops, they double down on the wheel. Like, if one wheel doesn't work, try 2 wheels. If 2 wheels doesn't work, try 3 wheels. And on and on. And meanwhile, they're trying to use those wheels to get across a river. Well, you're not going to get across a river with wheels. Right? So that's my take on the whole SRS thing. Like, it's good to learn. When you say this works, explain it. Explain it to either yourself or to someone else why it works. This kind of ties with my Bunpro digression earlier today about the communication. What is a great way to be inquisitive and curious? It's part of communication. Communication also involves explanation. So if you're telling someone like, oh, FSRS is better, explain. Explain why, how. First of all, explain why and how SRS works. Then explain the difference between FSRS and SRS, and then explain to yourself and others what happens when you don't use it or do use it, right? Because sometimes you don't even need to use a tool to be able to apply it somewhere else. Like, understanding that you need something means that it is absolutely essential, right? So how dependent you become is about your belief in essentialness. Like, what is an essential thing for humans? We need to eat. So when it comes to priorities, you probably want to invest in your essentials. Is SRS needed? I like to think that it is not. It is great to have, and as an alternative to other types of scheduling. It's wild to me right now. It's hard for me to appreciate when someone says, this is the only way I can learn. Then there are going to be times where you're not going to learn anything. And there are going to be skills that you choose not to learn because it didn't fit your ideal model. Like, for example, making friends does not follow FSRS. And that sounds absurd, Maku. Like, why would you think of relationships as FSRS? Well, if you learn everything based on your flexibility in SRS and how it's spaced out naturally for you, how do you schedule time to learn about your friends and learn about someone else? You think they're just going to randomly pop up on a regular basis to remind you that you should interact with them? And then when you learn, it has to be based on when you want to learn about the thing. So now when you think about, this is not a far-fetched anecdote, by the way, the parallelisms for how people learn about other people parallels the dependency on the tools they don't understand that's dictating their habits. Like, if you think you only learn when you want to learn, or you learn when a thing tells you to learn, then what do you do when you need to get to know someone? Do you do the same thing? For me, over the last 2.5 years, I have sufficient anecdotal evidence that would say it's a fairly strong coincidence or correlation with someone who thinks that everything revolves around an ideal schedule and everything they do tends to be around an ideal schedule that is prescribed to them, in which it is automated for them. So when they talk to humans and they need to learn about the human, deduce things, subtextually communicate with the human, practice a skill like communication with a human being, they treat it the same way. They expect humans to tell them when to talk to them, when to practice communication, and they expect that it happens in an ideal way that fits their schedule. And my first thought is, yikes. Well, if you have two humans that expect that, then they probably won't ever talk to each other. And now we get back to my whole, which I will not talk about today, the 2 to 3 hours of the interconnectedness of how Gen Z and possibly Gen Alpha is becoming one of the loneliest generations of all time, because most of their tools are dictating how their behavior is timed. So one of the underlying bases for why functionalities like apps and video games and data-driven targeting and algorithm-based like doom scrolling and whatnot, those are unforeseen. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to human beings who operate businesses. It's an unforeseen side effect that humans now no longer have agency over their time management and what makes them consistent, because habit formation and like the human condition in general is substituted by a saturation of habits that mask all of that. So like if you use SRS and you're telling yourself, man, I would hate to have to schedule this stuff for myself ever again, good luck with human beings. Like, good luck with, in my opinion, I really do have I don't want to see people fail to adapt to dynamic situations, like having a friend, going out to be kind to yourself and know that other human beings like to do that because they're not regular. They don't get triggered. You could argue some cynical person, in my opinion, like some devil's advocate, I'll counter argue to my own postulate right here, like my own conjectures here. They could argue, well, what if you had an AI agent, an agentic AI, mediate the conversation between two people? So then the two people trust in agentic AI to schedule their together time together. Like, yeah, sure. That could be a solution, right? We'll see if it happens. That's what's happening already, right? Like what I mean is, this practice is already happening. It's not that it's the majority, but it's already happening. An algorithm is a static entity right now. However, it's already happening in the sense of how you serve content to each other, right? A human being creates a type of content to reach other human beings. The mediator is the agentic AI, or more rudimentary, before it becomes a full-fledged agentic AI, would be like the algorithm or like some sort of internet interface, and it puts them into contact with another human being. Now, these two human beings, when you think about it, how well do they know each other? How good are they at interacting with each other, making time for each other? They're not. They're not making time there. It's called a parasocial relationship. They're engaging with an asynchronous version of another human being. That's what's happening. So the vast majority of interactions are asynchronous. They do not create habits based on each other. They create habits based on themselves. And they create the habits based on themselves that is prescribed by an agentic, at this point, we might as well use the word, an agentic interface. SRS is that too. When you are being told when to do something, when not to do something, if you do it without understanding what it's doing it for you, then you have no agency. You have no agency or control, over when and where you do something. How is this important to me? When someone says SRS is consuming their life, as though they didn't voluntarily choose to do so, you hear that. At least I hear that so many times over. Like, enough to know that it can confirm that a large majority of the people who quit are the ones who have no process, like, understanding of that they're voluntarily losing their agency. So then it no longer feels like they have control over it. So when someone says, oh yeah, I have 300 reviews to do, and so instead of taking care of themselves and organizing and reorganizing and improving upon their decision making, they decide, oh, I'm just going to brute force through this and feel more miserable. Progressively get worse. So then they progressively lose more and more sleep until they can't do it anymore. So they quit. And what is the feeling they're going to have, or typically have, when they quit? They failed themselves, and the system failed them. And the failing themselves part comes from the lack of voluntary agency, which hits far harder, in my opinion, than saying, oh, the system just didn't work for me. So you could enter a vicious cycle, which has happened already that I've noticed, where people enter a vicious cycle where they say, I'm not the problem. I'm definitely not the problem. It's definitely the system that's not working. Maybe I need to tweak the way the system works so that the second time I do it, it'll be more successful. And they go to do that. And then find out that, again, the worst feeling they have is they have no agency of their success because the system failed them again. Meanwhile, all outside of that, I watched them depend themselves, like be dependent on a system they don't understand. Like, they don't understand why it's not working, why it doesn't work. So they continue to try to improve upon something they don't understand. What does that kind of sound like right now that I typically topically mention? AI. When you consistently try to improve on something you don't understand, or why it works, or how it's working, if you don't understand it, how do you know that whatever you try to do and manipulate will yield predictable effects? So that's not that different from vibe coding and vibing your way through an imaginary SRS system and being unable, in my opinion, to describe to me what is it that SRS does for the person. When someone says SRS works, guess how they explain it to me 9 out of 10 times for those experts. They tell me because it works with CI. I'm like, okay, so then what does CI work? Like, well, CI does this and this, and if you combine CI with SRS, it's like the goated thing. And I'm like, what does CI have to do with SRS? And then I'm not saying there isn't anything. They simply didn't explain it to me. Like, I could explain it and try to rationalize why they think that combining CI, the concept of CI and SRS would be like a goated way to do something. It's not my responsibility, though. I'm not here to defend how I'm doing things. I'm not the one sitting around trying to convince other people to do things the way I do it. Like, I'm not here saying, hey guys, this is the top 10 hacks for how to stay consistent. I'm not doing that. I'm showing an example. That is the best, in my opinion, that is one of the ways to contribute to someone's curiosity and their body of alternatives. Prescribing something is a whole different story. So when you go up to someone and say, like, you should do this, trust me. I'm like, I don't remember the last time I've said that. without meaning it to be a joke. Like, I do not go up, like, in my opinion, it is so uncomfortable that someone who says they're educated and skilled at something or learning at something would go up to another person and say, do this, trust me. Did you do that when you learned your skill? Because if you did, I would not trust you. Like, respectfully, it doesn't mean you're not good at the skill you are. Like, you could be fluent in Japanese. I would still not trust you on the aspect of scheduling and understanding my agency and what I need to be successful. Like, I would not trust that part of an expert, because I would be able to ask that expert the ways of Japanese. Like, I could, at my convenience and my understanding of what I need and what I want to test, I can extract information from that expert. They are not someone who would be successful at making me successful at learning Japanese. That's different situation. Some people, a person would argue, well, they would be able to give you the information of Japanese and teach you the correct Japanese. It's like, yes, they would. They wouldn't make me successful at learning it, though. Successful at learning it is a different process. It's scheduling, being consistent, right? Whether the information is correct or not, how accurate it is, that is definitely something an expert will know that focuses on that. So, picking advice from an expert. Are you looking for information or are you looking for your agency? Because no matter how good a tutor is, no matter how good a teacher is, if you don't step foot inside that class and learn how it's working for you and why you need that structure, you never show up for the class anyways. Your brain might even be checked out before you even listen to something. It's incredibly dramatically ironic when someone's later down the road, when someone tells me they hate high school, they really hate all this stuff, and then they spend like 90% of the time listening to an expert parasocially online and saying, this is the best thing since sliced bread. Like, what were you doing in class? Like, what were you doing in school? Did you think the person standing in front of the class didn't know more than you about a topic? Like, what changed? What was the difference? And usually that difference is fairly obvious. Rarely applied, though. Like, someone would say, well, on YouTube, I get to choose the thing I'm interested in to watch an expert talk about those things. All right, that's a start. Did you learn anything from them? Because you might be saying, oh yeah, I learned a lot. Explain to me. And they would be like, so, and they wouldn't be able to most of the time. It would be pretty like mediocre at best, because they weren't learning, they were consuming. So like when I test this myself, I'm pretty bad at certain things. Like when someone asks me, hey, what did you, like, for example, what did you doom scroll yesterday? I would forget like 50% of what I doom scrolled. I still bring 50% of what I doom scrolled. How much do you think people doom scroll, and how much do you think they learn from their doom scrolling? In my opinion, probably less than 50%. So like I've tested this like theory myself, like my narrative that I'm saying. Humans are not different from each other when their brain and their habits and their agency don't show up to something. You can be interested in something, consume a lot of its content, and learn next to nothing. Because learning requires comprehension. It is not solely based on memorization recognition. When you doom scroll and you see a bunch of things over and over again on a daily basis, what does that sound like? SRS. Why does SRS work? Or appear to work? Like, some people say like, oh, I'm learning some things. No, you're memorizing and recognizing something. It's part of learning. You haven't learned it through comprehension yet, but you're on the way to learning something. Because when you memorize something, it's like watching that same cat video the 16th time with a different iteration, and you realize that it's one thing. You haven't comprehended, analyzed, compared all the different iterations of the cat video to ascertain why the cat video is entertaining to you when you watch it on an algorithm. That is requiring of comprehension. So yes, an exercise in diminished return is probably thinking that you can learn something without understanding what you're learning, how you're learning it, why you're learning it, and then comprehending the context itself. The process requires comprehension as well. Otherwise, you could end up doing the thing which, again, someone can be happy with. There are things I prefer to just consume. What do I prefer to consume? Brown noise. If you're wondering why it sounds like you might hear something in the background, brown noise. Brown noise is background. I use brown noise as a way to create consistency. I actually used music earlier, like maybe a month back. I used music as a stimuli. So I'm not learning from that music. I'm not learning from the brown noise. So you can use this. They're part of the process. My concern nowadays is it's like a constant uphill battle. It's an uphill battle in the sense that if someone asks me for help, I want to do the best I can to help them. If I choose to accept to help them, it is my responsibility once I accept it. If someone is asking me for a question and I'm just responding and they're not entrusting me for anything, that's fine. I will tell you stuff that I observe. Like, I'm not responsible. But I really, truly weigh my professional integrity very strongly. I don't necessarily think that other people weigh their competence and their capacity as much as I believe in them. So that is kind of what's upsetting to me, or sobering. I would say the word is sobering. When someone tells me they can't do something, like mentally they can't do something, they would say something like, well, I can't stay consistent. I just don't understand. I'm like, what do you do on a regular basis? Like, well, I love going on roadblocks and do this thing. It's like, and how often do you do that? Oh, 3 hours every single day. Have you ever asked yourself why do you and how that works? Like, how do you get on roadblocks for 3 hours a day so consistently, and you specifically just told me you can't be consistent? There's no way you can be consistent, right? That is what hurts. Like, that's what's sobering each and every day when I get online. When someone tells me something they obviously do every single day, however their focus is somewhere else. There, at least in my opinion, something is happening in their regular life that would convince them that they can't do something, and I can point out an example of which they haven't investigated out of curiosity. Like, here's one thing that often happens, and I'll use a more mature topic. Alcohol dependency, right? I'm not saying alcohol abuse, alcohol dependency. Like, when someone wants to understand a potential problem or a potential solution or come up with something, you ask yourself what you know and what you don't know, and that curiosity will drive your exploration of that thing. Yes, addiction and emotion and all that stuff can still override your better judgment, for sure. Knowing about it is still effectively a step towards being able to create agency over it. So when you give in to your attention, even your anxiety and stuff, it's not that it will guarantee a solution. However, it's something you can do and actively try to encourage yourself that, especially mentally. I'm not talking about physical. Now we're going to go away from physical, because addiction it's not only mental, it's a form of physical, like attraction to, like, chemical agents can create a physical addiction, right? So now we're going to go back to studying, because studying is most important in this discussion for myself. You can become addicted to studying. For real, and honestly, like, you can, with the understanding of how to achieve it. You can become addicted to suffering through studying and grinding through studying too. Those are possible. Now, my goal is probably to consistently encourage people to not underestimate their ability, especially for mental tasks, because where there's knowledge, there's some semblance of agency. And agency can really go a long way when you feel like you have no control over it. When you have no control over it, it is also easy to excuse yourself from being the problem. That is true. So there is a double edge. So let's play devil's advocate here. If you have agency, then it does feel worse oftentimes when you fail. Because if you have control, then a lot of the failure feels like it's because of you. That's fair. Now, when something succeeds and you have no agency, then the opposite is also true. You get dependency. So when that system fails, you have no other way, no other course of action to go, and no learning experience involved. So it's both, right? You decide. When it comes to learning something you want to learn, I favor someone who prefer to have agency over their choices, because that agency leads to learning about what works and what doesn't. When you relinquish agency, there is less capacity or potential for learning, and there's often a habitual nature of repeating the same mistake. That is the idea of not learning from your mistake versus learning from your mistake. To learn from mistakes require agency and control. Not learning from your mistakes is hoping, fingers crossed, that repetition mitigates something you don't understand. And that is what SRS does in spades. Like, without a doubt, I would say more than 50% of people believe that they are learning from their mistakes by making less of that mistake. That is not true. That is not learning from the mistake. It's overriding the mistake. You become more consistent at doing the right thing. You didn't learn anything about why you did the wrong thing, or why you made a mistake, or how you made the mistake. And that is something you can use for the future. You can choose not to learn from your mistakes, and then your mistakes will have no value ever carrying forward. So that unsatisfactory feeling when someone says, oh, I made the same mistake. Oh, I made the same mistake. Oh, I'm so frustrated I keep making the same mistake. I've been practicing and memorizing all the time, because you have no agency over it. You do not have control over your mistakes. You don't understand how your mistakes work. You didn't learn from the mistakes. You are overriding the mistake. So there's no satisfaction in that. Easy come, easy go. If it's so easy to override your mistakes, then you're going to make that mistake, and it's going to feel like crap, because you can't fix a mistake if you never learn from the mistake. You can't mitigate a mistake without understanding the mistake. You can avoid a mistake by doing something else. Repeating, memorizing, and recognizing avoids mistakes. You don't learn anything from the mistake. Now, does that sound attractive? It's up to you, right? For myself, I encourage people to learn from their mistakes the way I do, because that's the way that I prefer. I'm not saying you have to. or need to in order to be happy. I think right now, I would say if I gave someone like the red pill or the blue pill, right? I forgot which one's which, but the blue pill means like everything is going well. You just keep doing whatever you're doing without having to worry about and understanding the world around you. Blue pill it, right? If you take the red pill, it's gonna be arduous, mechanical. You're gonna have to do a bunch of soul searching, looking at stuff, and it can become your new blue pill. Who knows? So that's the idea. Anyways, I thought I chime in on my motivations for what I'm doing now. SRS is behind us, right? SRS is behind us now. Although it was, to me, it was more like a 1 to 2 month window the first time I started. Then I immediately start adjusting for the schedule and how it balances my stream schedule with all my other projects, because I like the idea of managing my time and managing my output. It's different. I want to make a slight caveat here. It's not the same as someone who micromanages all their time and become flustered whenever their plans fall apart. So that's a different story. That's someone who goes really far in the other ends, where they're not able to account for and leave leeway for unpredictability. The hyper management person, the one that believes everything is predictable. So I rarely talk about that one because I don't come across that too often. Most people fall in the category where things fall out of control and they feel like they don't have control over them, because most of the stuff they have, they're dependent on. They're dependent on being told when to do. The other ones who believe everything is deterministic, that's a different story, because oftentimes if you hang out with them, they're like, okay, I planned out our entire itinerary, let's stick to it. And my first thought is, did you put in like 2 or 3 hours in case something comes up? Did you put in like 2 or 3 hours to relax so that half of your day is planned and half of your day is not? That's me. I'm in between. I'm the person who knows that, well, there are unpredictable things in life too. So let's try not to derail all our plans based on the other form of idealism, the predictable nature of idealism versus the unpredictable ideals. Kind of a big deep cut. Anyways, let's go over this recall. I want to go over this recall before I end this. Hopefully I remember this. Let's do half of them. Let's do half of them for today, so I can be rested tomorrow. At least the first half, right? Okay, what do we have? That Wu, that helps us, right? Wu, Wu Yan. Oh, Eves. Oh, Chen. Good dress through life. Chen Nong. Chen Nong. You show off. Wei Wei Jing. Ashes. Oops. Zheng, goodness. Zheng Zhuo. To consider. Hou Jie. Marquise. Heck. Something about uh so hard to see. I do see head in there. Oh. Hand or fist. What is grasp? Yuan 拳头. Yes. To clench one's fist.折纸 origami. 干涸 dry up. 僵尸 vampire, zombie, etc. 关系 or 凶器 聆听 to listen. 禀报 report. This is the pivot. Superfluous. Tone shift. 发流 like a tresses or tress, like a dreadlocks. This is a pivot too. 辍学 to drop out of school. 布告 announce. 包 heck to monopolize. How long? What the? That's not. 标志 Nope. Yes. 标志 Scorch. 咸什么？咸康 idle chat. Yeah, idly. Wait. Yep. I had to cough. Pushing my voice a little too hard lately. Just a wee bit. Fun Fei. Wait, Fun Fei. No. Yeah, Fan Fei. No, Fan Jue. Pivot. Fan Jue. To commit a crime. Solve and slurp noodles. Yan Sheng. Yan Sheng. Like to expand, to develop, to give rise to. What in the world? I'm gonna say Bing. Bing Fun. Vast and various. Is it Yun or Yun? Oh, Yun. Yun. Oof. Yun Jue. Wait. Shi Xing. Comet. 就叫 helmet and armor. Che Jui. Nope, not Jui. Tui. Jue Tui. Jue Tui. Jue Tui. Cripple. What is that in there? Oh, this is the Yi thing. Was it spirit? It was spirit, right? Shamushung? Oh no, I don't know which spirit they used. Is it Jing? Okay. Jingsheng. So Jingsheng for spirit and Yi for vibrant or radiant. So in great spirits. Xie 邂逅 meet unexpectedly or meet by chance. The paper. Oh man, that is rough. Without bone, I don't know. Gu, cheekbone. Wu is a rough one too. Wu Ying. Bald eagle. Du Qi, navel. Navel is a really weak one too. I don't talk about people's navels. Do helps a lot. This one as well. Shifu. Nope. Yes? No? No. That's not right. Fang Fu. Seams. These are a rough one. Super rough. Probably the bottom of the pack. Ji Yi. So both Ji and Yi are weak alone, but they are great together. Xiao Chui. Oh, this one's a bit questionable, but I kind of like it. Mallet. Oh, this one, yeah, D cool, I mean, T cool helps out a lot. The cool really does help with the T. Otherwise, I would default to D. What is this? Oh, yeah, this one's rough too. I mean, all of these are rough. That's why they're vocabulary words I added. The characters. I'm reminding myself which character is a weak character and what the mnemonic is for it, or like what was a weakness. So every time I'm reading a new vocabulary word, I'm looking for the point of weakness. I'm basically going through and seeing where the weakness point is, and if it's subsiding, like if this alleviates it or not. In this case, yeah, this one's rough because it's D. Low lying ground. Yep. Tree tall. A hoe? No, it's actually not tree, it's chu tao. That's a weakness. Yeah, chu tao. That's a hoe. Tai yao. Vegetable and meat dish. Oh yeah, weak. Very weak. Zhen ke. Next to ke though. Engrave. Oh yeah. Cho. Cho, a bit of a weak one. Turn of an initial. Cho Chang. Cho Chang, melancholy. Jiao is really weak. Jiao Xing. Xing is a bit weak too. Together they're nice. That's one of the golden ones. Jiao Xing. Two weak characters coming together to make something strong. Ooh, this is rough. Zheng is rough. Zheng Liang. Like to make clear, basically, to like polish, clear, like shiny. Clear not in transparent, but clear as in shiny. Like clean, polishing till it's bright, shiny. That's, oof. That's barely on the edge at the moment. Oh, the two mutters are rough. Yeah, because of Du. Du is the weak one. Du Nong. Sing Ji. Ji is weak. Next to heart though, really awesome. Palpitation. Cheng Che. Like clear. Sit. Pivot. Nope. No. That is. Oh, Jing. Yeah. Nope. Cha is very weak. Although, Jing really helps. You'd be surprised. A bit of a weak one. Good. They're working. They're doing well. Du Nang. The other mutter. I picked up two duels because Du is an utterance that's weak. And it's coupled with 2 other mutters that are weak. Oh, pung pie. Tough one. Pung pie. Tempestuous. Impetuous. Also, no. Yes. Also, no. So. No. Ni. That sucks. Ni is still a weak one. Dang. I need to sort out Ni and Su. Still a weak one. Qiao? Nope. Not Qiao. Yao Xing. Orthopedics. Nope. Dian Liang. Oh, weigh in hand. Weighing with the hands. Okay, one more row. Let's do one more row. Is it Zhang or Zheng? Oh no. It's Lan, right? Zhang, Jia. Dang it. Jia, not Zheng. Lan. Does that help? Jing is the weak one here. Jingjie. Warning. Qian. Woof. Qian said help. Qian Fen. Cornstarch. Chou Yan. Smoke. Chan. Yeah, Chan is that other super unique cluster of categorical characters. Chan Hu. To lend an arm for support. Husk. Oh my goodness. Or chafe. Chaff, not chafe. Chaff. Bao Kang. A rice husk. That requires a pivot. Or pivoting. Yanping. Fake. Wu Yan. Console. Bo. Bo Jiao. Lame. Like a limp lame. Yao Mai. Thank you, Buckwheat. Mai for the win. Nong Pao. Thank you, Pao. Ushul. Oh, this is still weak though. Lugul. Rib. Yen Ying. Ooh. Mandarin duck. Alright, that's pretty good. So we hit the two of them, 2 or 3 of them are fine now. For now, temporarily. And then the other 2, some of them are still pretty unfortunate. Chalan. Okay. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. Got my destiny with the bed early, and then we're gonna spend quite some time with the anniversary of Persona 5 to Phantom X on the global server tomorrow. Then we're having a level 60 the day after on Wanikani. Basically retiring Wanikani from like coverage, but retiring it to like an extended time period. Alright folks, if you're gonna watch this later, cheers. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things, right? Explain things to each other, understand how, why, encourage each other to motivate each other for agency and curiosity. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.